along to this very important and much needed inquiry into AUKUS. I'd like to commence by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Awabakal and Barrie people, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I want to acknowledge, I'm Doug Cameron, by the way. I'm a former senator. I lived in the Hunter region for many years, worked in the Liddell power station, and had a long relationship with Newcastle, with peace activists who for many years made Newcastle the centre of peace activism in this country. The unions, the peace activists, Peter Barrie, who was non-stop in supporting peace for working people. And I want to thank all of the Australians who have put money in, their own personal funds, to make this inquiry possible. And I just couldn't believe this morning to hear that Pat Conroy was saying that we were funded by the Australia Institute. If a cabinet minister can't get a simple fact like that correct, you have to question whatever he says in the future. Yes. This is a cabinet minister who said that the US base in Western Australia would be temporary, and the next day he gets slapped down by the US and his boss to say no, they can stay there as long as they like. Now that's not the Australia that peace activists and politicians for years have supported. The money that we are using has come from individuals, from unions such as the NUA, the ETU, the teachers, the National Tertiary Education Union and the Australian Services Union. These people represent ordinary working people who are concerned about what we are not being told about AUKUS. And for Pat Conroy to say that the people that are sitting here trying to establish the facts for ordinary working people around the country do not care about Australia's security is ridiculously stupid, in my view. Why would people like Garrett Evans, Linda Reynolds, who supports AUKUS, Christopher Pine, appear before this inquiry and put their position if they thought we were opposed to, defending Australia? We had Malcolm Turnbull and Bob Carr yesterday. People are treating this inquiry with the respect it deserves. We have got eminent people on this inquiry, led by Peter Garrett, doing what the Australian government will not do, and that is to establish the facts about what's happening with AUKUS. This is an inquiry, it's not a campaign. It's about trying to establish the facts that Pat Conroy will not tell his electorate in the Newcastle area. It's about ensuring that we understand the rationale behind spending $368 billion on AUKUS Stage 1 alone, and maybe another $150 billion storing highly enriched uranium into the future. This is mind-boggling money, and glib talking points from Pat Conroy is not good enough. It is certainly not good enough. You will hear far more by listening to the inquiries that have been conducted by these eminent people sitting here over the last few weeks, and listening to what's being said today. You'll find out more about AUKUS than you ever will with parliamentary talking points from cabinet ministers living in this area. On that basis, I think I've said enough. I am very pleased to welcome everyone here and hand over to Peter to kick this off. Thanks, Peter.
Thanks very much, Doug. And a big welcome as well from all the commissioners, and I think some of us, including Chris and I, and others, have probably got some good connections to Newey over the years, but we won't reprise all those now because we want to hear from you who've come to speak and present to us. The hearings have really been terrific events because they've enabled people, some who haven't had a great deal of knowledge about AUKUS because there's been so little forthcoming, to come and to learn. And we've heard when we've been broadcasting, as we broadcast as we do, a lot of the proceedings, that people are actually just sitting in to learn about AUKUS. But as Doug's pointed out, we've also had the benefit of receiving submissions from a range of both individuals and groups within the community, and that has included senior political figures, it's included health professionals, it's included First Nations people, it's included unions, and most importantly, it's included the community. So, very warm welcome to you here, a great tradition of community activism in this city. And I'd like to ask Kelly Tranter to come up. We'll speak for about, let me see, what have we got, Kelly, around about sort of 20 minutes, maybe a little less than that, so we can ask a couple of questions if we need to. Welcome.
Thank you. Just make you can hear me? Great.
Yes, definitely.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a submission to this important, publicly initiated and funded independent inquiry, and for all of your time and hard work. My name is Kelly Tranter. I am a lawyer, researcher, activist, and proud patron of the Independent and Peaceful Australia Network. I'm also here today to give voice to my two young sons who have their lives ahead of them, who want to go on living in peace and cooperation, and who have no desire for the destructiveness of war. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Awabakal and Worimi people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And bearing in mind the government's First Nations international engagement strategy to use the connections made over thousands of years by Australia's First Nations people across our region, I understand and appreciate that First Nations people, and indeed Pacific Island peoples, don't see our region as a geopolitical strategic zone. They oppose militarisation and the expansion of NATO into the region. They see matters not in terms of national security, but rather human security. They see on the horizon the potential of exploitation of legal loopholes and abandonment of compliance with our international legal obligations under the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty. They've learned from the personal experience the cost of great power competition. They've experienced the displacement of communities, experimental bombing, contaminated country, and Indigenous land being treated as uninhabited disposable national security, a disposable national security resource. I would emphasise the disproportionate effect of AUKUS on First Nations people. They have never really been properly informed or consulted about the likely consequences of AUKUS on their land, sea, communities, dreamtime skies and customs, and their consent has never been sought, which is shameful at best. Before I begin, I would like to preface my submissions by clearly stating that I don't profess to be an expert in any of the areas under scrutiny, including the specific legal issues. There are too many experts who arguably misrepresent themselves as such. The AUKUS Agreement. Since the AUKUS arrangement was announced in 2021, the Australian Government has not only concealed, its actual terms, but has swathed both formal arrangements and steps toward implementation in extraordinary secrecy. As to the information, after Australia broke the French sub-deal, I later issued an FOI request to the Department of Defence to check the veracity of the government's claims. I saw copies of any advice received by the former Minister for Defence, Peter Dutton, and or his office in relation to conventional submarines being unable to operate in our waters given technology developments, as they could be sunk when they came up to recharge diesel generators. That was the reason publicly given for reneging on the French deal. The response was that no documents existed. Peter Dutton was never asked who provided the advice to scuttle that deal at great expense, nor whether it was formalised. In 2023, I issued an FOI request for a copy of the signed AUKUS agreement. Defence referred me to the international agreement between the Government of Australia, the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Government of the United States for the exchange of naval nuclear propulsion information, the ENNPIA, signed in Canberra on the 22nd of November 2021. When I asked Defence if it was contending that the ENNPIA represented the entire agreement or the only signed document comprising the agreement, especially having regard to the many and varied government announcements about AUKUS, a representative from the Strategy, Policy and Industry Group identified 5 documents as falling within the scope of the request, but decided to refuse access to all of them, asserting the documents affected national security, defence or international relations. Defence subsequently confirmed that the documents in question outlined the specific arrangements between Australia, the United Kingdom and the United States on the AUKUS agreement, and specific arrangements regarding the 2 AUKUS pillars that, if released, would be vulnerable to obstruction and exploitation and would jeopardise the development and deployment of critical advanced defence capabilities and the steps taken by the Australian Government to strengthen Australia's defence capabilities. Does the vulnerability to obstruction they refer to come from potential public outrage? Defence claims that if the documents were released, potential adversaries who they do not identify could use this information to counter and exploit the arrangements. Subsequently, this allegedly would or could reasonably be expected to cause damage to the defence of the Commonwealth by undermining the Commonwealth's capacity to deter and respond to threats, and by exposing defence to activities aimed at obstructing the AUKUS advanced defence. Defence also noted that AUKUS is an enhanced security partnership agreement and a non-treaty arrangement which takes it away from scrutiny, and as such the documents comprising the arrangement are not public or presented for consideration by the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. In August 2024, the ENNPIA was superseded by the agreement among the Government of Australia, the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Government of the United States of America for cooperation related to naval nuclear propulsion, signed in Washington. This agreement permits the communication and exchange of information and the transfer of material and equipment related to naval nuclear propulsion. In August 2024, a further document, the understanding among the Government of Australia, the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Government of the United States of America, often related to the AUKUS trilateral partnership, was officially made public. It is a supplementary understanding negotiated alongside the broader AUKUS naval nuclear propulsion agreement. In July 2025, the nuclear-powered submarine partnership and collaboration agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Geelong Treaty, was signed, its purpose being to establish a legally binding framework to enable and facilitate comprehensive bilateral cooperation between Australia and the UK for delivering their respective SSN programs, as well as the UK SSN port visits and rotational presence. So since 2021, only one superseded treaty and 2 more recent treaties have been made public. Not one provides any specific details of the AUKUS arrangements. While it appears in the treaties made public that any party, including Australia, may terminate its participation by providing a minimum of 1 year's written notice of its intent to do so to the other governments, this would not necessarily cancel the entire AUKUS project, specifically AUKUS Pillar 2. The Australian Government is spending more money on the AUKUS project than there are stars in the Milky Way. Given the cost, combined with the serious questions AUKUS raises about our sovereignty, one would think that Australians prima facie should be entitled to know what commitments Australia has made to the United States and the United Kingdom, and they to us. If the main purpose of AUKUS Pillar 1, I should say, was to supply Australia with nuclear submarines, it would have included the usual carefully defined contractual obligations, exact specification of the subject matter, work and material standards, specifications of warranties, completion definitions, stages and times, payment arrangements, costings and penalties, etc. Yet the available documents don't have any identifiably specific terms at all, not one. Instead, we are told we have to accept a wishy-washy, qualified promise about the possible supply of submarines, whereas in fact the practical result of the entire arrangement is to create an excuse for a permanent US base or US bases and for US-controlled ports purpose-built to service, sustain, rearm and repair US Virginia-class submarines. It secures access to bases and routes for the US and UK to operate against China. Having read through the two treaty documents, I would make the following observations. In relation to intellectual property, Article 11B provides that Australia must secure ownership of any invention employing information provided by the UK or the US and must transfer and assign to either the US or the UK worldwide rights to the invention without payment, retaining only a perpetual worldwide licence to use or grant to an approved customer a sub-licence. What that means is that if Australian scientists or engineers develop any advances under AUKUS in any of the relevant technologies, we have to sign that over for free. We're still able to use those advances, but can't sell it to third parties as we see fit. Interestingly, Article 11D requires Australia to indemnify the US and the UK for any liability if they have infringed other people's patents by supplying the information or material to us, which is the reverse of the indemnity usually being given by the infringer. 2. Article 11D precludes Australia from enriching uranium or producing nuclear fuel and requires it to use only fuel transferred under the Nuclear Propulsion Agreement. This means we are locked into the availability and price set by the United States or the UK, notwithstanding us having domestic supplies of uranium, which we sell to both nations. So we can build nuclear submarines here, but can't use our own fuel. Once again, we export the raw material and buy it back as a value-added finished good. A further question is why this provision is needed at all when the Virginia-class submarines supposedly never need to be refuelled over their nominal 33-year lifespan. Number 3, the indemnity in Article 4E against any liability arising out of or related to or resulting from nuclear risks is broad in scope and applies to virtually any aspect of the project. It means that if any nuclear risk materialises, Australia bears the entire cost of rectification and compensation, even though it may not have contributed to the damage or injury, and the US or the UK are entitled to indemnity from Australia, even if they themselves caused or contributed to the damage or injury and we did not. 4. If Australia walks away from the deal, then under the termination Article 13D, the US and the UK can require everything supplied to be returned or destroyed. There's no provision in the treaty for Australia to be repaid, even if the UK and US arbitrarily terminate the agreement and Australia is not in breach. Bipartisan support. Both coalition and Labor politicians have somberly said that the AUKUS has bipartisan support, as though the characteristic confers some sort of popular validity. Far from it, bipartisan support at federal and state levels, or both, is not the same as popular consensus or social licence, and the polling bears that out. The recent Lowy Institute poll showed that a slim majority of Australians, 55%, are in favour of the US basing military forces in Australia. But for females and or Gen Z or millennials, now the largest and most influential generational voting bloc, the majority are against it and against Donald Trump's demands for US allies to spend more on defence. In relation to AUKUS, only 26% of Australians are strongly in favour of Australia acquiring nuclear-powered submarines, and 42% are somewhat in favour, whatever that may mean. But the Australian Institute 2025 poll revealed that 66% of Australians support a parliamentary inquiry into the AUKUS security agreement, with the government steadfast in its support for the secret deal. By holding this current inquiry, you are implementing and at the will of the majority of Australians. When statistics suggesting that the Australian public are less than convinced about the AUKUS project are combined with the government's information vacuum, it is easy to imagine how quickly public support will evaporate as Australians learn more about AUKUS, particularly via an open public inquiry such as this. The proponents of the AUKUS project will be hoping that by the time Australians piece together what it may mean for them and their families, the contamination and radiation risks, land devaluation, nuclear waste, the diversion of society's resources, the economic austerity measures, the constant shadow cast over those living near a strategic military target, it will be entrenched and too late for them to do anything about it. The realisation that people will then be left with no other choice but to protest by direct action is undoubtedly why the Australian Federal Police AUKUS Command's operational mandate includes public order management and planning for protest activity. Which brings me to Newcastle. Picturesque Newcastle, the largest regional centre and the second most populous metropolitan area in New South Wales, with its already hectic maritime activity as the world's busiest coal port and a difficult harbour entry, is one of 3 locations shortlisted for proposed Australian East Coast AUKUS nuclear submarine base. I don't think anyone has explained or even mentioned how an AUKUS base will fit in with the Port of Newcastle being under a 98-year lease to a company half owned by the Chinese. Some may recall that Newcastle was targeted by the Japanese in World War II because of the existence of the BHP steelworks and local shipyards, which powered Australia's war effort. They've now gone, but defence decisions by consecutive Australian governments have ensured that the Newcastle area remains a strategic military target. RAF Base Williamtown is the main home base for Australia's complete fleet of 72 F-35A Lightning II aircraft. It is the primary operational and regional sustainment hub for the F-35 aircraft operating out of Singapore, Japan and South Korea, from the US Navy and Royal Navy carrier aircraft and US Marine Corps F-35Bs deployed in the region, and from which parts and components have been sent to Israel to either repair or sustain its F-35 fleet being used in its illegal wars of aggression and the genocide in Gaza. RAF Base Williamtown is also the base for the Royal Australian Air Force fleet of 6 E-7A Wedgetail airborne early warning and control aircraft. Defence has now signed a contract with Kongsberg Defence Australia to establish Australia's first guided weapons production factory in the Newcastle Airport precinct, which will manufacture and service the Naval Strike Missile and Joint Strike Missile for the ADF and international partners. Should war break out involving Australia, Newcastle itself would probably also be targeted with long-range ballistic missiles, and definitely so if it hosted an AUKUS base. Within 4 kilometres of the location of this inquiry, between 6,000 and 12,000 tonnes of the ammonium nitrate is stored, up to 4 times the amount that was stored in Beirut in 2020 and caused the most powerful man-made non-nuclear explosion ever recorded. So a single modern precision missile with an appropriate warhead could evade the best currently available air defences and act as a detonator to decimate the entire city. Nuclear risks. The Australian government has said that it respects and accepts the long-standing United States policy of neither confirming nor denying the presence of nuclear weapons on its platforms. By design, we don't know and won't know whether Australian military assets on Australian soil or seas are armed with nuclear weapons or ordinary weapons or unarmed. Any flight or shipping or submarine patrol has the potential to go wrong, potentially putting Australia in a hot war situation where nuclear weapons may be used. Obviously, that is an unacceptable risk, and the uncertainty that comes with permitted ambiguity or secrecy is a cost that is too high for this region to bear. Like the F-35 program, AUKUS will sit above our legal obligations under international law. Australia originally joined the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program as a Level 3 partner in 2002, I should say, contributing approximately $144 million to enter the system design and development phase, which then gave Australian industry the opportunity to compete for global supply and for global supply chain contracts on a best value basis. It's also worth remembering that F-35s can't stay in the air without software updates from and information exchange with the United States. Like AUKUS, Australia's entry into the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program was a political decision about the nation's defence requirements. For any country with a Westminster system of government, that is a policy matter for the legislature and per se not subject to oversight by any court. Why is this a problem? Our main AUKUS partner, the US, is a belligerent authoritarian regime run by the least competent, least qualified and most unscrupulous administration under the most mendacious and mercurial president in US history. It has supported and facilitated the genocide in Gaza and is implementing a more integrated defence technology and industrial partnership with Israel, a flagrant violator of international law. It simply ignores international law when it is an impediment to anything it wants to do, even when those things transgress domestic and international laws and common morality. It is actively trying to bypass the UN Security Council within its Orwellian Board of Peace in Gaza and consistently tries to subvert the judges and prosecutors of the ICJ and the UN rapporteurs. In the event that Australian supplied parts, components or technologies make their way into military assets used in breaches of international law and international humanitarian law, our Australian courts may find, as they did in the UK, that they are unable to interfere with government policy relating to the country's national defence, not being empowered to transgress on the recognised division of powers between the courts and the legislature. That's the overriding legal principle about the division of the executive and the legislative functions. The F-35 program is an example of how the government chose to forsake its obligations under international law because it is constrained in its ability to implement them by its role as a partner nation in the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program. What it means to be a principled and humane international actor has been tested by the F-35 program. By preferring the program over international legal obligations and acquiescing in the use of F-35s to bomb innocent men, women and children in Gaza, our governments have failed. AUKUS will be no different. Which brings me to China. Our intelligence agencies and analysts seem to confuse, perhaps deliberately, military preparedness with war preparations. States undertake preparations to ensure their militaries can carry out all missions assigned to them. This includes investing in and developing new weapons and equipment, recruiting and training personnel, and planning and preparing for contingencies. Military preparedness is a normal activity undertaken whether or not a country's leadership believes a war is likely. More reliable indicators that a country is anticipating conflict can be observed when the entire society prepares for war. There is no evidence that China is carrying out any type of mobilisation to initiate war. To the contrary, the evidence about Chinese national war preparation suggests a reasonable and proportionate response to economic warfare, direct verbal threats and deliberate military provocations, including being surrounded by hostile bases. China's focus is on the defence of its sovereign territorial integrity, which all countries focus on. In China's case, the need to do so is increased by the US surrounding it with military bases, establishing large military alliances and pursuing openly aggressive economic policies. China is, of course, our largest trading partner. There are 192,000 Chinese international students enrolled in Australia, making them the largest international student cohort, as you would have heard yesterday. There are approximately 1.4 million people with Chinese ancestry living in Australia, making up about 5.5% of the total population. This makes the Chinese community one of the largest diaspora groups in the country. Over more than 2,000 years, China does not have a cultural history of external aggression. China shows no sign of abandoning its long-held position that it will never engage in a nuclear first strike. It has reiterated that it will never seek hegemony or expansion of spheres of influence, and it did so in a recent strategic paper released last year, which was not reported on in this country. China has shown no intention to interfere with commercial shipping, but that it is conveniently conflated with its objections and actions when military ships pass within a 19-kilometre limit of disputed territory. And no one has identified any motive for China to attack Australia unless we are participating directly or in a supporting role in a US war against China. The problem with this approach, for this deterrence by denial, is that if it fails, the next step is war. It invites war. Following the doctrine puts us on a war footing and in a state of heightened readiness. Everyone is deterring one another at huge expense and with no benefit to the societies involved, enriching weapons manufacturers and politicians while the people live in constant danger. The doctrine invites progressively escalating deterrence until something or someone triggers open conflict. Then the vast sums invested by major powers in armaments or deterrence almost guarantee the obliteration of all the parties involved and quite possibly mankind. The end game is unrestrained war between nuclear-armed adversaries. Defence has never been questioned about the soundness of this strategy or its basic assumptions. What happens if it fails? They've never been asked to show they've seriously considered alternative approaches, whether warfighting dominance is necessary or effective to prevent territorial aggression, or for concrete evidence for the assertion that China seeks regional hegemony. We do need to be capable of defending mainland Australia. I think we would all accept that. But it must be balanced with allocating funding to diplomacy, economic outreach, dealing with the consequences of climate change and all the other important expenditure necessary for a well-functioning, educated and healthy society. We do not require capabilities that make us part of an unbroken chain of US armed sentinel states encircling and intimidating China. Iran has demonstrated the fallacy of bowing to great powers in a completely new world of warfare. We would do well to heed their lesson and avoid being left to fend for ourselves when the crunch comes. Will AUKUS keep us safe, and at what cost? The problem for Australia in a strategic defence alliance with the United States is first, that there is no parity of purpose in the alliance, and second, that it is not a partnership between nations which truly respect the sovereignty of the other. Australia pays for the US promise of security. Ask its Middle East allies now what that's worth. On our side, our defence forces are not just being integrated into and made interoperable with and dependent upon the US military machine, they are being transformed into a southern operating division of the US military that effectively can be compelled to support US military adventurism across land, air, sea, cyber and space, particularly against China.
Kelly, I'm going to have to get you to wind up in a team.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
At the same time, our country is being turned into the largest and possibly most strategic US military base in the Western Pacific, Eastern Indian Ocean region. Again, the war in the Middle East demonstrates the illusory protective benefit of housing US bases. We are not really allies of the US. We have substantially signed away our strategic independence. We are progressively losing our military sovereignty and at risk of it being entirely subsumed by an integrated military force prioritising and pursuing US interests, and I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And certainly this inquiry has been greatly assisted by the work and the research that some parties have brought to our deliberations, and so we appreciate the amount of information, particularly in relation to how these initial AUKUS arrangements were contemplated. It's been particularly useful, so thank you very much for that. And we may have time for a couple of quick questions from commissioners, and I know Chris Barrie will have a question, so I'll go straight to him.
Thanks, Kelly. I'd just be interested in, given the extent of your research, have you uncovered any knowledge that laws in Australia have been changed to facilitate AUKUS, particularly with federal government laws overriding state and local laws?
My research doesn't extend to that, Commissioner. But I think that, the treaty obligation is to implement the arrangement in domestic laws. So, but I think at this stage, to my mind, it's not about the basing. It is about, it's not about the submarines, it is about the basing. And everything has been directed to the basing. The infrastructure, the security arrangements, and when we look at how the agreement was transpired, it's in secrecy, no detailed information on request for that information. So it all points to the fact that the initial intention, in my view, was for US basing on Australian soil. And I think it's probably pertinent that this inquiry hears from people in Guam, Okinawa, and Hawaii, who have lived, their lived experience dealing with US bases on their soil, who can be a wealth of knowledge for Australians who are looking down that barrel.
Thanks, Kelly. Leanne?
Thanks, that was an extraordinary presentation, and I've scribbled down so many notes, and I don't know, I didn't have a submission. Did you put that in?
There was a submission uploaded in the wee hours of the morning, but apparently it can't be opened.
No,
but I will provide you.
That's fine, because there's too much to go through. I tried my best to keep up,
Sure.
but I've got so many questions that we haven't got time to ask now, but thank you. I've got two quick ones. One is that I'm not surprised that you got that you were denied FOIs on the 5 documents that you looked for. I'm just wondering if it's available. Can you FOI whether or not bases were discussed? So
It's
that was
possible.
the first one.
It's possible, but I suppose it depends on whether they will define that as being covered by national security matters, and whether they'll. And that would require a court challenge. Probably, I know Rex looks down the barrel of court challenges, but I would suspect that something like that would fall under national security.
I think so. I agree with you, but I'm wondering, anyway, we can talk offline if there's a more defined way to ask that question that subverts the national interest card that's always played. It's possible.
Sure.
Maybe something to talk to Rex Patrick about and others. And my other one is, I didn't understand when you said that the AUKUS agreement was sat above our international treaties. Is that what you said? Or
international legal. Well, there was a case where some human rights organisations were in the United Kingdom were challenging the government's sending of parts and components to Israeli F-35 aircraft on the basis that they would be used in human rights breaches. And the court didn't determine the issue of morality or breaches of human rights law because they considered that to fall under a partnership arrangement, a security arrangement between governments, and therefore they didn't feel that they were empowered to deal with the matter because it would transgress the separation of powers. So that's a legislative issue and not a judicial issue. Now, the same case may be mounted here and it may be a different finding, but it would certainly be an argument that would be made by our government as it was by the government in the UK. And the AUKUS project is in the same, it's the same model, correct?
The same model.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. Karina.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Kelly. That was very informative. I've got a quick question around, you mentioned around the international laws and the rights, and I know that there's some work that's been happening around the Indigenous peoples and the rights of Indigenous peoples, and you mentioned the rapporteurs that I believe is coming very soon this year for Indigenous peoples. Are you aware of any movement that's happening from Indigenous communities in this area, in this region, around their human rights?
Look, to be honest, I don't. I have heard, obviously, Auntie Sue Hasseldyne, she goes out on country so that corporations can't claim that it's uninhabited land, which is what she feels forced to do when they're using that territory for hypersonic testing and other things. But I think First Nations people hold the key in relation to AUKUS, and I think the further we allow AUKUS to progress, the more integrated we are with the arrangement, and it will cost, it's sort of a multiplier effect, it'll cost more and more money to get out, the longer it's left to bubble along, because the integration, particularly AUKUS 2, it's all happening now. So we either rip off the band-aid and sink some costs, so I think First Nations people and the treatment of their country, and the fact that there hasn't been any free, prior and informed consent, it would be great to see a legal challenge against the entire AUKUS project, but I'm probably not the person to answer that in the absence of someone who might have expertise with those types of matters.
Thanks, Kelly. Carmen.
Thanks. Thank you very much for that presentation. I look forward to reading in more detail what you've been speaking about today. And thank you for doing that work on FOI too, because I think it's important to ask questions of government and to see the nature of their response and justification that they offer or don't for various matters being kept beyond the public gaze. So that it's an important issue in itself, even if you don't get the response that you hope for. You mentioned that the younger people, and you referred to polling, are generally less supportive of the whole AUKUS enterprise than other people. And I wondered if you had any sense, perhaps particularly through your own children and young people you know here, of what level of understanding there is in Newcastle about what AUKUS entails, particularly if there were to be a base here, and whether there's any sort of momentum behind asking some of these more troubling questions that you've asked. You know, how much, if you like, is the community aware of and concerned about the AUKUS arrangements?
Well, I think there are two camps, and I don't want to be presumptuous and speak for young people in this area, but there are two camps, probably those that don't know a lot about it. But young people generally get their, no disrespect to the news organisations that may be here, but they do get their information from news creators and social media feeds. But it makes sense that young people, particularly educated young people, understand what AUKUS is all about, and I think that's reflected in the statistics because they've got their lives ahead of them and they understand that this means less money for education and health and social issues. But it also, there is a lot of research that suggests that to scuttle something like this, you need 3.5% of the population to engage in sustained protest, which is about, in the voting population, that is about, 630,000 people in a sustained way speaking out about the issue. That is the only way in this country I see AUKUS being scuttled, when you have that level of opposition, but it's almost there. And I think inquiries like this will assist because there's a knowledge gap. There was another poll by the American US Studies Centre that suggested that while people were in favour of the US-Australian alliance, they didn't really consider that a good job was being done explaining why it was necessary. So I think with all the information that is coming out and has come out in this inquiry, with the people that will speak today, feeding that into independent media, through social media feeds, perhaps hearing the experiences of people who are dealing with US military bases on their soil, will amplify the resistance to this insane project.
On that note, Kelly, I'd like to thank you very much for coming and making your submission. Everyone, please thank Kelly. And as Carmen said, we'll have the opportunity to consider fully the written submission when we get back to our homes. Greatly appreciated. Theo, I'm not going to pronounce your surname absolutely correctly, Theo, I beg your pardon, from the Hunter Peace Group. It looks like the Gatsis to me.
That is actually a very good first try.
I'm doing a bit better than maybe I did earlier today. So we're in your hands, Theo. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I'll begin by acknowledging our Aboriginal brothers and sisters with us here today and note that this land was never ceded. And note that our Aboriginal brothers and sisters looked after this beautiful country for many thousands of years, and I do apologise for the way that we are now treating it, and those are some of the things that we are obviously now discussing, and I do apologise for that situation. Let's hope we can right those wrongs. Firstly, I want to say, Kelly, she spoke beautifully. And unfortunately, what she did was throw the script for me a little bit. Most particularly, it's in reference to what you asked, Carmen. But before I do that, I do want to note that this is an extraordinary honour for me to be here today and a wonderful privilege. I hope to give the perspective of ordinary people in Newcastle representing the Hunter Peace Group. And most particularly, I need to acknowledge the person that initiated this group 10 years ago, and that was acknowledged in the Newcastle Herald yesterday on page 6, Linda Forbes, who's with us here today. And she's been kind enough to ask me to talk on behalf of the Hunter Peace Group. And what I hope to do is give a perspective of ordinary working class people and their views on peace and why we engage in this issue and why it's important to ordinary people in this city. So that's what I hope to do. And I note that, like Kelly, we've had a number of people who have shown very succinct and articulated some, even though she suggested she wasn't an expert, some great expertise around particular issues pertaining to AUKUS. That's not what I'm going to try and do today. What I'm going to try and do today is give the perspective of ordinary people and the fight for peace and why we do it. But firstly, as I mentioned a moment ago, Kelly mentioned that she was doing this primarily for her own children and for the future. And I want to reflect on, Doug, what you said earlier on in relation to comments from Mr. Conroy. I've had great privilege in recent years being someone involved with a competition around peace, an artistic competition, for public school students over many decades. And can I tell you that the sophistication of our young people's understanding of this issue would exceed anything that I'd ever expect from Mr. Honorary ever. I would implore people to see some of the winning entries from this competition, and that would exhibit to you the unbelievable sophistication and understanding our young people have of this, the situation in their own country and on the issue more broadly of peace. I've been very moved by young people, and I was moved by what Kelly said, that she was doing this for her children. And I think it would be wonderful for us to listen to what they say more directly. And I know that's a difficulty. There's some difficulty with this particular inquiry, but they are very astute on these matters, and that is my own belief and understanding from what I've observed over many years. So I really wanted to press that particular point, and I also note that for me too, that's when I think about the whole issue of peace, why I'm part of the Hunter Peace Group. It is for our children, it is for our future, and they do feel strongly about it, although that is not necessarily articulated all the time. What I'll begin by saying is just a little bit about the Peace Group, and then I'll go through some of the main issues that we've lodged in our submission and why we've attained those particular positions. So, as I suggested, the Hunter Peace Group has celebrated 10 years of existence. We're advocates for peace. We are, I believe, ordinary working class people, and I think we largely come from that perspective. We have great anxieties around the things that are going on with AUKUS, and I'll articulate those in a moment. But one of the things that I think we face as a peace group always, and indeed more broadly, I think even with these inquiries, as was articulated previously, was the fact that when you advocate for peace, you are initially questioned as regards to your patriotism. And I had to examine that notion in my mind yesterday, because I heard it yesterday in the media again, conveyed by Mr. Conroy. The conclusion I've come to is this, and I think the Peace Group shares this conclusion too, that as ordinary people, we are more wedded to our own community than anyone. We would suggest as a Peace Group, and I know others may disagree, that the AUKUS situation is manifest from the military-industrial complex. That largely what we're seeing is the manifestation of public money being shifted to private enterprise which first and foremost makes money from war and the military. And so we often have our patriotism questioned, but as I say, we are more wedded to this community than all those people who profit from war. They don't see borders or countries. They don't have any allegiances other than their own profits. We are wedded to our communities. That's our wealth and our strength, is our own communities. We would defend them more than anyone. We understand succinctly that you have to defend your country and have a defence force. We don't deny that ever. We had a function for Hiroshima Day on the weekend, and we reiterated that point of view. So we understand that, and we don't believe this AUKUS inquiry is a question of patriotism or the defence of Australia. It's a question of how we do it. So the Hunter Peace Group has engaged in a number of interactions with local MPs, which I'll talk about later. But first I want to just make reference to the submission that we've made. And so we have a belief in our submission that the inquiry will uncover particular truths and facts, and that's what matters more than anything. Not glib statements, but the facts and the truth. We believe in a scientific and factual approach to things. We've had a strong opposition to the AUKUS agreement since its inception, there's no doubt about that. And we most acutely are concerned about a number of particular issues. One is the fact that, as has been articulated over the last few days of the inquiry, no doubt many times, is the exorbitant misuse of public money, when at the same time we have a crisis around homelessness, the provision of homes for working people, and indeed a relative degree of poverty that shouldn't happen in a country like Australia. So that is one of our key positions, the fact that large portions of public money enter a private sphere for use to purchase second-hand submarines. Now it defies logic, of course, but we understand that. We are most concerned too about the militarisation of this particular region. We note that the introductions, the greater introduction of the armaments industry in this particular part of the world, under the guise of jobs. I made a tokenistic sort of, as many people do when they hear these sorts of things, research on the internet about the cost of the Kongsberg missile factory and the amount that the federal government was going to provide for the implementation of that particular venture, which I understand is in the realm of 950, 980 million. I did a simple search about how many schools and how many hospitals could be created with that money, and how many jobs would subsequently be made. Now, that's a very cursory sort of analysis, but I thought it provided us with a very lucid understanding of what we're really arguing about here. Like people have also stated, there is a concern here that having the presence of the submarines in Newcastle, a military base here, would make us a target. And again, those most readily in the firing line, so to speak, are ordinary people who are less inclined to be able to dictate where they live and so on. And our port, as you've noticed, is right in the city. We don't have to be historians to understand that during World War II, Newcastle was one of the few places to be attacked. So history tells us that will be the case. If we have military bases here, we will be a target. And like a great unionist stated, and I wish to, and I forgot to mention this previously in my caricature of young people. The first victims of war are always children, always. So we harness all those thoughts as peace activists all the time in what we try and do. So there's the issue around the cost. There's the issue that we will be a target, and that is concerning. And that it's always characterised with jobs. As I've said, there are better jobs, more secure jobs that we can be investing in, and are necessary. They're not tokenistic jobs. They're things we need. We need health. We need the public provision of education. We need those things. They provide peace. They provide stability. They provide an opportunity to defer war. I also want to note that we have had discussions with local politicians on this particular matter. Most notably, I was present at a discussion with the state MP, Tim Crackenthorpe, and we subsequently had another meeting with Mr Honorary at his office as well. I just want to articulate a couple of points from those meetings and what was stated. The meeting with Mr Crackenthorpe, and I would suggest he was very polite and receptive to what we were saying. And in that discussion, we most succinctly addressed the issue of that we saw STEM education and the militarisation of education, I'd characterise it as being something of a concern. And because Mr Crackenthorpe's in the state government and the state government has provision of schools, we thought we'd make that point. Although he's receptive to it, we didn't really get a great response from that, but he did indicate that he would take that up with the Minister, who is Ms Prue Carr. The other meeting we had with Mr Conroy, I would suggest, and I did take notes and write a report after this for colleagues in the Hunter Peace Group, was rather more extraordinary. Because I was shocked at how lucid he was about identifying Australia's enemies, who were identified as Australia's enemies, and the fact that he had a belief that the situation that existed in the war, the situation existed in the world in the 1930s, notably the rise of fascism, was an historical fact that he used for the proliferation of the armaments industry in Australia and for the necessity of AUKUS, which, as a history teacher, although I didn't want to lengthen the meeting in debating about that, I found quite an extraordinary statement. But as I suggested, I was very taken aback by his inherent openness about identifying Australian enemies and who they were and why AUKUS was so necessary. He not only identified China to us in this meeting, he suggested Modi and India was a problem, and at one point briefly referenced Japan. I found that ordinary. He did, he absolutely said it. And I don't know whether he was just pulling things out of the air just in order to impress us or to exacerbate the concern about Australia's enemies, but I found it unbelievable. But he obviously did listen to us, but he suggested he had a particular mandate to do this, and that no matter what, he thought that this is something that should be pressed forward. We did ask him indeed. In fact, I asked him whether the missiles that would be built at Williamtown, some of those, would they be open to export? And he suggested they would be.
So, Theo, we're reaching the end of your allocated time. If I can ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I'll conclude by saying we are, again, a group of ordinary people who proffer a notion of peace for all our citizens around the world. We promote peace and love amongst all the peoples of the world. And we are deeply bound to our community and want to protect it and safeguard it, and that is our motivation, foremost and solely. And we, again, note our wonderful opportunity to speak to you today and provide our viewpoints on this very, very important matter, which I think is extraordinarily important to the Australian public. So I'll conclude.
Thanks very much, Theo. Thank you for your presentation. I'll just see whether there are any opportunities for commissioners to ask any follow-up questions. Leanne?
Thanks for your presentation. I'm just wondering, have there been any public meetings with either the state or federal member where they've outlined potential risks to Newcastle?
Potential risks?
Well, you've met with them privately as a group. I'm
Yes,
just wondering if there've been public meetings held by either the state or federal member to talk about AUKUS generally and what it might mean in particular to Newcastle.
No, we haven't had any public meetings with them. Whether they'd be open to that suggestion, I don't know. It's a good point. I should reiterate, we did make the point, Mr Crackenthorpe did reiterate the point, this is a nuclear-free area, and the council deemed it so. We did make that point to Mr Honorary too, and he had a very... I can't repeat his response.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from commissioners? Chris?
Theo, you spoke about young people,
Yes.
and if you looked around this room, you're not going to find room anymore. So I just want to probe a little bit what you are hearing from young people and in what forums. So it's just noted that you're a history teacher, so I just wonder.
Look, I, as I suggest to you, I've had courage of a peace competition, an artistic peace competition, and so young people in public schools express their ideas around peace through art and poetry and all sorts of things. They express an anxiety. They are very clued up about world conflicts. I see it in my own children. In fact, my son will be turning 16 soon, and he has a very sophisticated understanding of what's happening in places like Gaza and Iran that I haven't encouraged him to investigate, but he's done of his own accord, because there are other mechanisms that young people, as Kelly suggested previously, that people use to obtain information, and they're not what we would deem colloquially as mainstream media. And they are able to, as we are, proffer facts around these things, and they do take them on board. They are concerned genuinely. It's just an issue of how they articulate their concerns and how they, how they can sort of discuss those things in a more broader way, other than just talking to each other on the internet.
Thank you for that. Any other further questions from commissioners?
Just very quickly, thank you. Just to follow up slightly, because I think it's a fascinating area, and I wonder what themes emerged in those competitions. You know, you talked about their incisiveness and creativity and so on, but what themes emerged in their concerns?
It's a very good question, and I just will note too, before I answer the question, Carmen, noting you're from Western Australia, little birdie tells me there might be some efforts to start a similar competition in Western Australia, so you never know. The themes, as I said, I've had courage of this over many years. Some were more broad. In more recent years, and can I suggest to you, some entrants have actually Googled their winning prize. Placed their winning prizes on the internet, and you can Google them and find them out quite quickly. I think one of the things that has been a more significant fear in recent years is around the American hegemony, the particular individual in charge there, and the anxiety he causes with his behaviours. They are very lucid about that, and I'm talking about kids all the way down to 8, 9. you know, my young daughter calls him the Orange Man. She's well aware of who he is.
Well, thank you very much for that. On that note, can you please thank Theo from the Hunter Peace Group? And I'd like to ask James Whelan from Climate Action Newcastle to come and speak to us now. James, if you are in the room, and it looks like you are, thanks very much, you're most welcome. Just a reminder to other presenters, and we really appreciate all the contributions that have been made. Other than Kelly Tranter's submission, which came up late, which we will read carefully, we have had the opportunity to consider the submissions that have already been uploaded for us. And another quick reminder that the Commission has a terms of reference. So if you jumped onto the AUKUS Public Inquiry website, you'll see that there are actually terms of reference there. Now, of course, we welcome any comments about all manner of things. That's what this inquiry is about. But just a reminder that have a look at the terms of reference with your comments, because it's on those matters that we will be making potentially findings and recommendations. So, that all said, over to you, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for your work. Thank you for coming to Newcastle. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of Mother Mimba, Newcastle, the Awabakal and Warramai nations, and pay my respects to their elders and to Aboriginal people here today. My name's James Whelan. I'm the Voluntary Secretary of Climate Action Newcastle. Our mission is to empower the local community to take decisive action towards a clean energy future and to achieve measurable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Our submission and my comments today relate to two questions within the inquiry's scope. Our primary concern relates to the fourth question in the inquiry's terms of reference. What are the impacts of AUKUS on Australia's economy, workforce, industry and research sectors, and what are the opportunity costs for other national priorities? We believe the opportunity cost of committing this quantum of public funding to purchasing and operating nuclear submarines severely limits Australia's capacity to invest instead in the urgent work of reducing Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. For decades, commentators have described the Hunter as being at a crossroads. One path forward leads to a fair, fast and inclusive energy transition. This path requires careful planning and deliberation, which is not yet evident. The alternative path looks like more of the same, fossil fuel dependence. Coal mines continue to be ushered through the New South Wales planning system. In fact, the New South Wales Premier recently declared his commitment to approving the Hunter Valley Operations coal mine extension even before the Independent Planning Commission considered the proposal on its merits. Nuclear power, nuclear-powered submarines, uranium mining and every part of the nuclear cycle present an existential threat to our region's energy transition. The inordinate amount of public funding that's being committed to nuclear submarines is not available to fund the clean energy transition. It's a dangerous distraction from the transition that needs to be the focus of all available resources and energy. The $368 billion earmarked for submarines could fund significant progress toward reducing Australia's emissions. Such a price tag leaves less money to address societal priorities, such as investing in regional diplomacy and accelerating the renewable energy transition. Writing in New Economy, Daniel Bleakley, and perhaps the commissioners are aware of Daniel's work, demonstrated just how far these funds could progress Australia's decarbonisation. $220 billion could transition the entire national vehicle fleet to electric vehicles and expand charging networks. Bleakley describes this as a war-scale investment into electrifying transport that would not only save Australia billions on health costs and impacts, but also deliver thousands of dollars to customers in their annual fuel bills. For less than $80 billion, Australia could build major power lines needed to connect large-scale renewable wind and solar projects to the grid. A further $48 billion would remove gas from residential buildings and upgrade homes to clean, electric, efficient appliances. In addition to the significant climate benefits, this would save thousands of dollars in annual household energy costs. Implementing all three of these interventions would cost less than the submarines. Our organisation urges the Australian Government to fund programs that help ordinary households invest in solar, home batteries and energy-efficient appliances. We're strong supporters of the Cheaper Home Batteries program, which provides a 30% discount on the upfront cost of installing small-scale battery systems. An investment of $7.2 billion has allowed more than 450,000 households and small businesses to install batteries to date, and will reach 2 million households and small businesses by 2030. This program is a key element in Australia's climate change action plan and will cost less than 2% of the bill for 8 submarines. Our second concern is that there's no social licence to purchase nuclear submarines and house them in bases located in Newcastle or other Australian ports. This relates most directly to that part of your inquiry that focuses on the status of transparency, public consultation and parliamentary oversight regarding AUKUS decisions. Communities in the Hunter region have never consented to nuclear power or weapons or submarines. On the contrary, there's a strong history of community opposition. That opposition will grow, not dissipate, if nuclear power is forced upon us without consent. The City of Newcastle officially declared a nuclear-free zone policy in 1982, following robust local union and community campaigns opposing nuclear-powered or nuclear-armed vessels visiting Newcastle Harbour. That policy has been supported by community groups, including ours, for more than 40 years. Our local council routinely upholds this position, raising peace and anti-nuclear campaign flags in Civic Park to mark anniversaries like Hiroshima Day, which just passed. Before the May 2025 federal election, our organisation launched a crowd-funded billboard campaign on the M1 motorway to oppose nuclear power proposals in the Hunter region. The campaign featured anti-nuclear messaging, specifically reading "nuclear, no thanks," in response to federal plans targeting the former Liddell Power Station site. Opposition leader Peter Dutton described the 2025 election as a referendum on nuclear power. Clearly the referendum was lost. Australian voters are not willing to accept the impacts and risks of nuclear power. Conversely, there's overwhelming public support for renewable energy. Port Kembla, Brisbane and Perth also have proud and enduring movements against nuclear power. The proposal to locate a nuclear submarine base in the Port of Newcastle and the proposal to construct a nuclear power station near Muswellbrook illustrate the consequences of making decisions about us without us, locking communities out of decisions that impact their lives. In both cases, no effort has been made by the project's proponents to engage respectfully with locals, much less to establish a social licence for the submarine base or nuclear power station. This unilateral approach to public policy results directly in a lack of trust and loss of social cohesion. Rather than actively involve community in this significant decision, the state and national governments are operating with secrecy. Novocastrians recently learned of potential impacts of a nuclear submarine base here by way of a freedom of information search by a crossbench member of our state legislative assembly. This search discovered a 217-page assessment of the suitability of Newcastle and Port Kembla as future locations for the fleet of nuclear-powered submarines. The assessment found that a submarine base would prevent Port of Newcastle from establishing a container terminal, a project that's enjoyed strong community support from groups like ours for decades. A container terminal connected to rail freight, potential for offshore wind, and a transportation hub for renewable energy infrastructure represent a welcome diversification for our city's economy as coal exports diminish. The assessment concluded that in the event of a military conflict, the East Coast nuclear base could be a target for Australian military adversaries. For these reasons, New South Wales residents may perceive the ECNB, similarly to a nuclear power station, as a source of environmental disaster risk, with inevitable impacts on property prices. Rather than flourishing as our region's energy transition creates employment in low-carbon industries such as green steel, Newcastle could continue to be regarded as a dirty, unhealthy place to live. Senator for New South Wales, David Shoebridge, has drawn public attention to the risk that the submarine base would compromise, in his words, would compromise the nuclear port's ability to link up with future industries and future jobs. Building a social licence, ongoing public trust and community approval for a nuclear submarine base requires open communication, clear plans for nuclear waste, and strong local community support. This is especially challenging in Australia as we have no established regulator and no deep national dialogue on safety or waste management. The alternative to a social licence is community polarisation, protests and disruptions, and erosion of institutional trust. Kelly spoke about surveys and the lack of public support here in Australia for this to go ahead. I was curious in preparing to speak with you today, and this is not in my submission, but happy to provide notes, whether communities living where other nuclear submarine bases are located have accepted the bases, whether a social licence has developed over time. In preparing for today, I examined the extent to which social capital has been built between 6 nuclear submarine bases and local communities in the United States, United Kingdom, France and India. Submarine bases in the US cause ongoing community dissent. The naval submarine base in Kings Bay, Georgia, was the site of a protest known as the Kings Bay Ploughshares 7. On April 4th, 2018, 7 Catholic peace activists entered the base to beat swords into ploughshares, using hammers, crime scene tape, and baby bottles filled with their own blood. The New London Naval Base in Connecticut is the location of regular community protests. Working class neighbourhoods near the base shoulder a disproportionate burden of industrial pollution and health risks. The base has contributed to local groundwater contamination, particularly associated with lead and chemical storage. Also in the US, Naval Base Kitsap, located near Seattle in Washington State. The Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility and Veterans for Peace regularly join local residents to stage non-violent blockades at the base entrance gates. In Scotland, His Majesty's Naval Base Clyde is on the west coast, a 90-minute drive from Edinburgh. Fastlane Peace Camp outside the base camp has been continuously occupied since June 1982. The camp draws international attention to the risks and impacts of routine operations, minor accidents, and the release of substances like tritium into the Garrett loch. In France, the Ile-Lourdes submarine base is located on the coast of Brittany since the 1970s. Local community networks have maintained constant vigilance against nuclear weapons, weapon transit, radioactive waste logistics and storage of warheads. And in India, I'll wind up in a tick, there's strong community opposition to the Varsha base, which is under construction in Rambili, Andhra Pradesh. Community concerns centre on displaced fisherfolk and villagers who are protesting unfulfilled rehabilitation promises, lost livelihoods and blocked sea access. There are also protesters and contractors failed to meet the state mandate to reserve 75% of construction and project jobs for locals. Imposing a nuclear submarine base on Newcastle or another Australian coastal community where social licence has not been established will create division and erode trust. I'm happy to answer questions and to clarify any matters.
Thanks very much, James. And to Climate Action Newcastle, thank you for a very thoughtful and cogent presentation. I'll invite commissioners to ask questions. Thank you. Chris Barrie.
Thank you, James. I've got a couple of questions here. It's interesting that the proposal to put an AUKUS base in this area, and your local member is actually a minister in the current government. It's the only place in Australia where this is the case, that somebody who's maintaining the secret veil on AUKUS is proposing to put the base here. So I think that's an issue for the social licence here. Secondly, would you please add to your submission all this information that you've just given us on overseas stories, and I'm particularly interested if you've got any data on the way the United States and the UK deal with emergency response mechanisms in and around their bases, because I don't think that has been properly addressed in this country.
I could add, I was curious to look for anywhere where a submarine base had been accepted by a community where it wasn't very immediately obvious that there was community dissent and protest, division and so forth. I only found one. There's a peninsula far east in Russia, Rybashi, I think it's spelled or pronounced, where there's the Russian nuclear submarine bases, submarines at least are focused and headquartered. there isn't a history of protest there because the entire peninsula is militarised. There's no community.
I think my focus is on those operating areas that involve submarines using high efficiency uranium, because those response mechanisms are quite different to countries that operate low EU submarines.
No, there'll be more questions. So I think just to make an additional comment to explain, I think, and assist those of you listening, under the current AUKUS plan, the reactors that would be in the submarines are reactors that would use highly enriched uranium, as opposed to other nuclear powered submarines that sometimes use low enriched uranium. And I think that's something which obviously the Commission is mindful of. But I'll quickly take other questions if there are any other questions here. Yes, Leanne?
Yeah, thank you for that. I actually didn't even think about the port transitioning to a container port, because I've done a bit of work on that in the past and how that's actually would provide a better economic return for the whole of the area, not just the people who own the port. Has anybody, have they made their views? Have the owners of the port had any public discussions around what they feel about the possibility of submarines being based here? And then, if there were submarines based here, could you still use it as a coal export port? Does it only knock out the proposal to transition to a container port?
I'm able to give a definitive answer on either of those. Sorry, Leanne.
That's okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Come. So I've got a question for you, James. Quite a bit of the submission did concern climate risk, which we've been made aware of by other submissions that the Commission has heard, and also by members of the public in other cities. But there's the issue of health risks that applies, where you have the potential stationing of a submarine which potentially has highly enriched uranium on board as part of its propulsion. Well, it is a propulsion. Have you encountered, or are you aware of any additional health planning that has been considered in relation to the Newcastle port, if in fact submarines should be either rotated or based here at any time in the future?
Been quietly making a mental note to myself to follow up with Doctors for the Environment Australia. I'm curious whether they've made a submission or presentation. Our organisation hasn't looked into that particularly.
Well, thanks very much. Well, we're asking you all these questions. You made a great submission, by the way, which has got a lot of very good and important detail in it, and we thank you very much for the presentation. So let us keep moving, everyone, and thank you so much to everybody that's spoken so far. The next person we have on our list is Doug Hewitt and Christians for Peace. Doug, please, you're welcome to take a seat, and we are in your hands.
My thanks to the Commissioners for coming to Newcastle. It's most important that you are here today, and we thank you for including us in your schedule, and we welcome the opportunity to present. I'm Doug Hewitt, Secretary of the Christians for Peace group in Newcastle, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the views of the members of that group. But I first wish to acknowledge that we are meeting on Aboriginal land that has never been ceded to the recent arrivals over 250 years ago. We regret that we have not had a treaty with Aboriginal people, and we acknowledge the work that is being done locally by the Awabakal people and across the harbour by the Warramai people. We would hope too that the Uluru Statement for the Heart is taken much more seriously by our government and by the population of Australia. We were dismayed by the result of the referendum, and we sympathise with those who worked so hard to get the yes vote, but it didn't come. but the task is still before us, and we must struggle to achieve true recognition and tell the truth about the confrontation that occurred from the days of early settlement. So to Karina and to your people, we express our desire to work together. Our written submission to this inquiry focused on various arguments about the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines, which we believe is a very poor choice for defending Australia. And many of the reasons that have already been aired to the inquiry, we would support. I present on behalf of Christians for Peace, a group with a 40-year history of advocating for peace with justice at local, national and international levels. We are comprised of members of various mainstream churches, the Quakers, the Catholics, the Uniting and the Anglican churches in Newcastle. We have had an annual commemoration on Hiroshima Day, and for many years that was at sunrise in the grounds of Christ Church Cathedral on the hill at Newcastle, overlooking the harbour, at the very hour when the bomb was dropped on that Japanese city with such horrendous results for its citizens. And as we've studied, of course, the impact of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and have visited those sites to see the destruction, we have come to realise the dangers that we submit ourselves to when nuclear weapons and nuclear-powered submarines are present. Several of the questions posed in the terms of reference for the inquiry will be considered in what I have to present. Foremost are the implications for existing government policies which currently prevent the development and use of highly enriched uranium, and Australia's commitment to the International Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. We are also concerned about the long-term risks of operating nuclear-powered submarines in Australian waters and in our ports. The latter, of course, is particularly relevant to Newcastle, and we have yet to discover whether it will be chosen as the East Coast base for the report. It's already been mentioned that for over 40 years, Newcastle has been a nuclear-free city. This commitment dates back to 1982, when the Newcastle City Council made the declaration during the term of Lord Mayor Joy Cummins, one of the first female Lord Mayors across the country. This decision, initiated then by Labor City councillors, is now threatened by the current federal government with the AUKUS partnership. We've already heard, of course, that Newcastle is one of the ports being considered. However, under the AUKUS agreement, the Albanese government has yet to nominate an East Coast port to service the US-built SSN nuclear-powered submarines, which may also carry nuclear weapons. With the refusal of the current state or federal governments to honour the 44-year commitment to retain our port's nuclear-free status, residents of the city, who according to recent polls are still firmly in favour of retaining that policy, are fearful of the port being chosen to join HMAS Stirling in the west as the East Coast home of the submarines. We do not want our city to become an easy target in a nuclear conflict, which many defence experts warn is a distinct future possibility. Likewise, many residents in the Hunter are opposed to the expansion of the existing weapons manufacturing in the vicinity of Newcastle Airport, for the same reasons they reject the submarine base. It's inevitable that a base for the SSN submarines would bring associated construction of components for servicing the ships. The base would also need to temporarily store any depleted nuclear waste, with the consequent dangers that would present. Despite the government's mantra that the existence of a base would create many new jobs, there are many alternative industries we would welcome to the area that would enrich the quality of life rather than seeking to destroy it. As members of Christians of Peace Newcastle, we are gravely concerned about the way that the AUKUS agreement, which, along with the Force Posture Agreement signed in 2015, significantly impacts our independent foreign policy decision-making and sovereignty. The question of sovereignty when US forces come to establish bases here is one that really needs to be considered. I had a brother who lived in Alice Springs for many years, and he was a frequent protester at the Pine Gap base, and was very concerned about the implication of the sovereignty of Australia with Pine Gap. Due to the lack of transparency and consultation on AUKUS arrangements, denying us the details of the secret agreements with foreign governments, we do not know what these seemingly open-ended AUKUS commitments really mean for Australia. We believe that the AUKUS arrangements are a further betrayal of Australia as an independent, democratic, Asia-Pacific sovereign nation. It reinforces the dispossession and denigration of Indigenous peoples' country and endangers our national standing in a 21st century independent world. It appears that the Australian military, defence and influential government advisors are increasingly disposed to hosting nuclear platforms and are drawing closer to accepting their legitimacy. This runs counter to Australia's ratification of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which would prevent the hosting of nuclear-powered submarines in Australian ports. And I think we should also consider that the ALP National Conference in 2018 made a decision to sign and ratify the UN Treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. But of course that's yet to be legislated by the Parliament. They have forgotten about that commitment made 8 years ago. These treaties would appear to be violated in the abandonment of the non-proliferation requirement, which would compromise Australia's obligations and the expressed goodwill towards its Pacific partners. They, of course, want to achieve a nuclear-free Pacific. To date, Australia has not faced the issue of a long-term safe storage of highly enriched nuclear waste. And of course, it's likely to be in a remote location. Therefore, it would need to be negotiated with First Nations people, for whom parts of that land are their homeland. The acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines not only places Australia at grave risk of becoming part of a nuclear war, it also involves expenditure that could be far better used in many ways for health, housing, education, humanitarian aid and diplomacy. We find it ironic that the member for Shortland, Pat Conroy, is both Minister for the Pacific and therefore expected to be an advocate for the policies of Pacific nations, which are all committed to the region becoming a nuclear-free zone. But at the same time, he's the Minister for Defence Support and active in promoting AUKUS and the expansion of weapons manufacturing in the Hunter region. We've frequently, like many others in this room, been in public dispute with Minister Conroy about his government's allocation of land and subsidies to very wealthy multinational companies to build missile factories at the Astro Aerolab precinct near Williamtown Airport. I've been in conflict with him, both in his own office and within the pages of the Newcastle Herald, where we've had a running debate about the policies that the federal government is trying to enforce. We now spend 10 times as much on defence as we do on aid and diplomacy, and the recent budget made that very stark reality. We need an explanation of how the Foreign Posture Agreement and the recent expansion of US forces in designated enclaves across our nation can coexist with sovereignty of our country. As members of an active peace community in the Hunter region of New South Wales, bringing together many peace groups, unions and faith communities, we have proposed alternatives to prioritise the funding of the needs of our society, rather than the military spending associated with AUKUS. We're concerned about the militarisation of education. Many of the weapons manufacturers who are in our region are funding curriculum in schools. They're offering scholarships to students to study at universities in the STEM subjects, with the commitment, of course, they're going to work in arms production once they graduate. For my children and grandchildren, that is not the future I want for this country. I'd like to conclude with the words of the former General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who at the end of his term as US President stated, "Every gun that is made, every warship that is launched, every rocket that is fired signifies the theft of food from those who are hungry and clothing from those who are cold." Thank you for the opportunity of speaking with you.
Thank you very much, Doug, and to Christians for Peace and the associated churches and other faith groups that are involved with you. We appreciate very much both you coming to speak and the long tradition that you have in the Hunter. And you've raised a number of really important issues which, of course, the Commission will take due note of. I'll just see whether there are any questions from my colleagues. Yes, so Carmen.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate particularly the last quote, which I have to confess I've used before myself. So I think it captures a lot of the concern that I know many people in the community have about the expansion of Australian defence procurement, in this case, into areas that seemingly would engage us in risks from nuclear weapons, not just from nuclear power. And I think a lot of our submissions have pointed to that possibility. So I guess I wonder, given your long history here advocating for peace, whether you have a sense of forgetfulness in the community about the lessons that we should have learned from the Manhattan Project, from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the risks that attain to considering the employment of nuclear weapons. I get the feeling that a lot of people have kind of lost contact with that story, and perhaps you have some thoughts about how that might be reignited.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think familiarity with issues like the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki mean that it doesn't have the same impact as it used to have. I think back to my earlier years, my father visited Hiroshima and Nagasaki soon after the bombing of those cities, and he had lost a brother in the war to the Japanese. He came back convinced as a pacifist and conveyed that to his family, and so from the late 1940s onwards, I was very much aware of the horror of nuclear warfare and so it's been part of my makeup. But I think we do have younger people who are still concerned about these issues. Civic Park across the road here is often the place where young people gather, and the groups that demonstrate there, that particularly about climate change in recent times, but also about peace and the necessity to stop the war in Gaza. For Nakba Day this year, we had a large gathering in Civic Park to protest about the fighting that's still continuing in the Middle East. So, but there is a danger that these issues are not as strong as they used to be.
Thanks very much, Doug. Question for Karina.
Before Chris. Thank you very much, Doug. That was a great presentation. I'm really wanting to find out how broad your network is with the Christian of Peace. You mentioned all the other faith groups. Is it just within New South Wales, or are you also into other states and territories?
Well, I think members of various churches are active in peace movements across the country. Local groups, I don't know too much about how active they are, but there is still a reasonably strong peace movement in which members of churches are active, but I'm not familiar with the location of particular groups.
Doug, you mentioned that the non-proliferation treaty would prevent AUKUS. Yet I think that our government is working to construct by some witchcraft guardrails to delay that issue. It's interesting, right now the only countries that operate nuclear-powered attack submarines are nuclear weapons powers. And because they're nuclear weapons powers, they are set aside from the NPT. We would be the first country to break open that issue. Yet our government, I think, is persuaded that can find a workaround that might satisfy certainly them. But do you have any information about how that's being received by the Director General of the IAEA?
No, I'm not familiar, but I think you're right that Australia would be the first country that would, which is a signatory to the NPT, that would have to break its commitment because the others have not become signatories.
Look, last quick question. We've heard from some others that have made submissions, particularly in South Australia and Western Australia, around the involvement, sponsorship or support that weapons manufacturing industries have been providing in the school and in the tertiary setting. You made the remark about weapons manufacturers funding the curriculum in schools. I'd love you to just expand on that a little bit, Doug, if you couldn't provide us with some of those details, if you have them.
Yes. The Medical Association for the Prevention of War have done a very thorough research project on this.
No, you're right.
And they published a report, and that's well worth referring to. It gives examples of the ways in which curriculum has been influenced. And we know that the weapons manufacturers put together packages of resource material which can be used in the teaching in high schools, and that's available. I don't know that it goes to every school, but teachers can get it on request.
So sorry to jump in, and that was the purpose of the question. Have you, or are you, or your membership aware of it happening in the Hunter or in Newcastle schools?
Yes, and we've been in correspondence with the University of Newcastle, the Vice-Chancellor and the Chancellor, and have sent protests about their close alignment with weapons manufacturers. Lockheed Martin gives scholarships for students at University of Newcastle, and that enables them to study STEM courses without paying fees and gives them a living allowance, but of course there is the commitment at the end that they are bonded to Lockheed Martin. And so the university doesn't seem to want to pull out of that agreement.
And I thank you for that. And finally, on the school curriculum itself, do you have any knowledge as to whether or not there have been support provided so that the curriculum that's taught within, say, the primary or the secondary school setting is reflected differently from the existing national curriculum per se?
No, it's not different, but the resources that are available locally are available Australia-wide.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Thanks for clearing that up for us. We appreciate that submission very much. Thank you, Doug. Everybody, we are going to take a 5-minute break for the obvious reasons, and we will resume in 5 minutes if we can for the final presentation before lunch, where Councillor Charlotte McKay will be speaking to us. So back in about 5 or 6 minutes, please, folks. Councillor McCabe may have other obligations. As Deputy Lord Mayor, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Just give everyone an opportunity to sit down again. And we're all yours.
Thank you so
Charlotte,
much,
thank you.
Commissioners, for the opportunity, because as everyone knows, we have not been given this opportunity yet and may never again. And I would also like to acknowledge that we're here on Awabakal and Worimi country. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. And when we're talking about the impacts of radioactive waste and nuclear testing today, or radioactive waste, we need to really also be acknowledging that the impacts of nuclear testing and radioactive waste on Aboriginal land has been at the forefront of battles for First Nations communities across this country for many decades, particularly in Maryland, of course, and those battles have been fought on behalf of us and future generations. I'd like to focus my presentation on the impacts of the AUKUS Treaty, specifically on our Newcastle community today. And as it has already been mentioned, Newcastle has been a strongly committed nuclear-free zone since the declaration first made by the late Labor Lord Mayor, Joy Cummings, in 1982. And that commitment has been reiterated in Newcastle when I've been a councillor over the last 2 terms, and most likely in the years since as well, before I was elected. Newcastle has an enduring peace movement with strong union and civic involvement that has come together for peace and disarmament from the days of the Vietnam War through to Afghanistan, Iraq, and now the genocide in Palestine. And despite this, without any consultation with our community, Newcastle has been chosen as one of the possible options for the port for the AUKUS nuclear-powered submarines. Notwithstanding the fact that the actual delivery of these submarines is highly questionable, given the fact that the US shipbuilding capability is not sufficient to deliver even the 3 second-hand Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines, and the UK shipbuilding industry is continuing to struggle. The commitment of Newcastle's port to harbour these submarines is an offence against everything we stand for and everything we aspire to become. While our elected Labor representatives at the state and federal member continue to support ongoing coal exports from the biggest coal port in the world, real community leaders are stepping up to progress the economic transition that's already underway. 12,000 coal workers are about to lose their jobs in the Hunter coal mines, and there is no functional transition plan to support them. All we have seen is a government that is committed to establishing a defence and weapons industry in our region, and the AUKUS submarine base appears to be part of that plan. As the largest deepwater port on the east coast of Australia, Newcastle's port offers extraordinary opportunities for diversified imports and exports from our region. The container terminal restrictions have finally been lifted, offering a far closer and cheaper alternative than Sydney's ports for our regional economy, and with developable land providing opportunities for exciting new portside industry developments. If we are forced to accept the AUKUS submarines in the Port of Newcastle, all of this will be impossible, with the extensive security exclusion zone that would be required around this nuclear submarine base. Our economic diversification opportunities will be cut off, and in its place, we will be forced to co-locate our community with a military target. AUKUS is promoted as being essential for our safety and our sovereignty, when in fact the opposite is true. To retain safety in our region and nationally, and to protect our sovereignty, the AUKUS Treaty must be cancelled immediately. As has been clearly demonstrated during the illegal war on Iran by Trump, any US ally, and particularly those with US bases, immediately become an enemy target. The Iranian attacks on the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain should serve as a warning to us all. The 3 second-hand Virginia-class US submarines, if they arrive, are nuclear-powered, and as will be the future SSN AUKUS submarines, powered with weapons-grade uranium. Australia will become the first state without nuclear weapons to acquire nuclear-powered submarines, and this is being proposed in a safe Labor seat in a city that has stood firmly against nuclear weapons and nuclear power for decades. Legislation changes have found a loophole to respond to the failures for at least 3 decades to find a location for a radioactive waste dump in Australia. Even the most remote locations of South Australia, the Northern Territory and Western Australia, where they thought no one would care, just like Maralinga, powerful First Nations communities and their supporters have fought back. But now, low-grade radioactive waste can be stored at defence ports. We have a national policy of don't ask, don't tell whether US or UK submarines are carrying nuclear weapons. We have agreed to purchase second-hand Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines with only 15 to 20 years life expectancy, and we will be responsible for their nuclear waste. Our Defence Minister Miles says he will be finding a permanent location at a current or future defence base site. Agreeing to this treaty without a radioactive waste plan is an offence to the intergenerational equity provisions that our planning laws require. Tens of thousands of years of toxic poison to all forms of life must not be the legacy that we leave for our future. None of this has been explained to my community, who are sleepwalking into a future dominated by the defence industry on the premise that this is all needed for their safety. The truth is that AUKUS submarines and US bases are just an extension of the US military forces to be used in aggressive actions of Trump's Department of War. It is the ultimate insult to impose this upon a loyal population of Labor voters in a safe Labor seat. New South Wales Labor Minister Minns has backed the business case for the base to be in Wollongong or Newcastle. Our state and federal members have remained notably silent. Even though the deliverability is questionable, I must caution anyone in Newcastle who thinks that this is a fight that we can ignore, because our silence is being treated as consent. Essentially, this is a time to test where the more politically sensitive areas are and which communities are prepared to roll over or do not have the ability to organise. And I will not let that happen to Newcastle, and we will not let that happen to Newcastle. While the delivery of Newcastle submarines from Pillar 1 places a threat for our future, the impacts of Pillar 2 are being felt here already. Our region has been slowly but surely strategically prepared to transition from coal to weapons, with the sale pitch that this is required to provide any skilled, high-paying jobs for our region. Our universities and schools are promoting career pathways in the defence industry. Our council-owned airport is currently constructing Consberg's largest weapons manufacturing facility in the country, and our F-35 sustainment precinct at a Williamtown RAF base is involved in the supply chain provision of F-35 parts from Australia via the US to Israel. And the secrecy of this transfer has been made possible because of the Pillar 2 agreement on the exchange of weapons between the US, the UK and Australia. We have everything we need in the Hunter region to become a world leader in the industries that drive the solutions to our energy, manufacturing, waste and environment problems. But none of this is possible with a government that's not prepared to stand up for our national and regional interests and against the ongoing subservience to the United States. We must withdraw from AUKUS and invest the hundreds of billions of public dollars into the public services of health, housing, education and public transport, and into a defence industry that focuses only on defending our borders and not acting as an extension of the US military. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'll invite members of the inquiry, fellow commissioners, to put any questions to you, if in fact they have them. Chris?
Thank you very much. That was quite interesting. I'd just like to ask you, when you talk about supporting the defence of our country as opposed to going off to the war with China, What do people in Newcastle think that looks like in terms of the commitment of our communities to it?
The commitment of our communities to a war with China.
No, I think to the Defence of Australia proposition versus going to the war with China.
Well, what I think is an option, but the conversation has not been had properly with my community, or I think nationally, is what a truly defence force looks like. That only is that the strategic direction is to defend our borders is entirely different from co-locating ourselves and associating ourselves with the UK and the US and their military ambitions. We haven't talked about the fact that there has never been a conversation that we must have submarines circumventing our continent, or even if it was only going to be to the north, to our northern border. We've never talked about the fact that that's what we need to keep Australia safe, because it is not the case. These submarines are not to defend our borders, they are to be involved in America's war ambitions. And so that is I think what happens is that community members over time have been told to understand that defence questions are secretive, and that they must not question them, and that they must trust the decision that elected representatives make, and when they are repeatedly told that there is a threat, we're told at the moment, it's always a different actor, but we're told at the moment the threat is from China, and we must accept public funds being spent on this in an extraordinary amount, and we must accept that whatever decisions being made in the defence portfolio, that they must be in our public interests, when I really am trying to encourage my community to question that.
Okay, I'm getting a sense here though, you had concerns about, sorry, I want to backtrack a little bit. The Defence Force used to be based on the idea that since the community's members join the Defence Force, it is a representative institution of our community. And it was based on the notion that when you look at the size of our continent and the smaller population by world standards, we had to have the most professional and highly skilled Defence Force personnel in the world. And they ought to be proud of being representatives for Australia. Now, the picture you've just painted for me and what you're seeing is potentially a Defence Force that's being separated from the Australian community and told, because this is such a dangerous world in the war against China and everything's about a secret, you are now living a different kind of world. Is that something that you've ever considered?
I think I'm not sure I entirely understand your question, but I think we're also told that this is for our Defence Force, that this is going to strengthen Australia's defence capability. We're told that these are sovereign investments, and there's also that implicit understanding that by doing this, we are ensuring that we have the backing of the United States when required. Maybe I've misunderstood.
No, I'm drawing you out a little bit to say, when we've got propositions like AUKUS in front of us as Australians, and we're told we're not allowed to know about it, it defeats the purpose of having a Defence Force.
I think a lot is getting conflated, and that those things aren't being separated apart and considered. Yeah. What is actually in the national interest, and what is in the interests of the other two partners of this treaty?
Yes, and I don't think anyone would argue with you that I know about we need a Defence Force for the defence of Australia, whatever that looks like, but not a Defence Force that's just part of the United States military.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And what I would call what it looks like is an echidna strategy that has been widely promoted. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris. Any other questions from Commissioners? Carmen.
Thank you. In your position and representing as you do a port city, which has been considered for a base, are you aware of any discussions or planning that's gone on at a state level particularly, but even at your local government level, in the event of a nuclear accident here. Not only the question that's happened in some of the ports and places around the UK and the US. Have you been engaged as a local government in any discussion? You haven't been approached? You haven't
Nothing.
been...
There's been absolutely no briefing, no communication. I don't believe that's happened with the Port of Newcastle. I'm not aware if it's happened at a state level, but I don't think there's been any understanding of the implications of having that high weapons grade uranium powering those submarines.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. So that's pretty, yeah. So we're not getting much, what I'm hearing is there's not much information coming from the federal member or the state member and now the local government. So all three tiers of government don't have a really good overview of what the potential risks could be. Would that be a fair assessment? So you're clearly engaged in this issue. What percentage of your co-councillors are as equally concerned or at least alive to the issue, would you say?
I don't believe that we've specifically debated the AUKUS treaty, which is something that I'd like to do at our next meeting. We have talked about the weapons manufacturing at the Astra-Aerolab precinct adjacent to the RAF base. That is something that a number of councillors, unfortunately the majority of councillors do support. They feel that it's necessary and that it's in line with our federal defence strategic defence direction. But I don't think that there is the conversations about the AUKUS treaty have been so superficial, and we must make time for elected representatives and community members to fully understand the real implications.
And so looking specifically at the possibility of having submarines here, do people in your community bring that up with you or they're generally not aware of it?
I'm not sure if there's a disbelief that it will, we know that it is more likely to be Wollongong, has been allocated as a more likely option, and whether or not that means that Newcastle feels that they don't need to worry about it. But my concern is that that means the Wollongong community is pushing back fiercely, and that this will be a political decision, and that the community that is most likely to accept it will be the one that may end up with it. So I think if it's not acceptable in Newcastle, it's not acceptable anywhere, and that we need a national response to this proposition.
Look, thanks for that very much, Charlotte. Just one quick question. It's the same question that I asked Doug. It came about because I think commissioners were minded to note comments that had been made in Western Australia and South Australia by either members of the public, parents or teachers, about the presence of AUKUS supportive material or relationships and connections in the school communities. And I'm just wondering whether you have any particular specific knowledge of that happening within the public school system here in the Hunter.
Not about AUKUS. I would say that Lockheed Martin I have seen listed as a sponsor for school science fairs, and there have been other defence companies that have been associated with these science events, but that's not something that I'm able to comment on to much extent other than that.
All right. Well, look, thank you very much for your presentation as Deputy Lord Mayor of the City of Newcastle. You have other additional responsibilities, so I appreciate you taking the time to come to us. Let's take a break, everyone. Thanks to Charlotte McCarthy. And if John Quirrell or Michael Sanderson are in the room already, could they raise their hands? Fantastic. I'm suggesting, gentlemen, if it's agreeable with you, both of you, that we may lunch only for 45 minutes instead of the full hour. And so perhaps presentations can resume at 12:45. And John, you would be the first one up there if that's going to work out okay. Fantastic. See everyone at 1:45. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for coming back earlier, and John in particular, thank you for being ready to present to the commissioners. And just a reminder for those people who have put their names down to speak a little bit later on, we do have a list. Because of time constraints and having to get out of here and get to Wollongong, because we have a hearing in Wollongong tomorrow, we'll need to keep our eye on the time. So I apologise up front if I'm saying to people, please can you finish up or come to a conclusion. We definitely want to hear from you. And I'll give the list of speakers who haven't made submissions, who've got about 5 minutes each. I'll give you like a 1 minute warning, so to speak. And without any further ado, invite John to speak to us now.
Thank you, Commissioners and ladies and gentlemen. Acknowledging first of all the Awabakal and Worimi people, the local Aboriginal inhabitants of this land. AUKUS. Essentially the problem with AUKUS is it's the wrong weapon, for the wrong purpose, at the wrong cost. That's not too bad. By AUKUS we're to acquire a few nuclear-powered submarines to defend our trade routes from Chinese attempts, evidently, to sink primarily their own ships, which, as well as bringing their exports for us, for which we pay them, carry our exports to them, materials they require and for which they have already paid. If you can follow that premise logically, you're doing better than me. To sell AUKUS, a hysteria campaign has been kicked up as regards China. Somehow China is geographically relocated to be the next door neighbourhood bully. Now that ignores the fact that Sydney, at 8,934 kilometres, is further from Beijing than Berlin, which is 7,356 kilometres. It's even further than London, which is 8,141 kilometres. It's quite illogical, this hysteria that's been kicked up. It may be good to look at some of China's actual neighbourhood. Mongolia is a huge resource-rich land of a population of just 3.5 million, right on the Chinese border, and there's some history of conflict there. Bhutan, another land abutting China, has 800,000 people. If China were half as aggressive as it's made out to be, these lands would have much more cause to be fearful of the dragon than us. China's last war was nearly half a century ago, a limited short invasion of Vietnam, from whom it received a bloody nose. It probably should have asked the French and the US concerning Vietnam's fighting capacity. Having created the bogeyman, we can now justify the military expenditure to defend ourselves against it. $368 billion worth. Now, Hugh White reckons on military expenditure, you basically should triple what's thought to be going to be the cost. That's $1 trillion. It's frightening to think. But even if this massive, huge military expenditure that we have opted to take on, is it the right kind of weaponry for our buck? I would suggest that we have not taken on the right sort of weaponry. We are supposed to receive through AUKUS a few Virginia-class submarines, and they're not even going to be new ones now, second-hand, in your local submarine shop, I guess. We're supposed to get them in the 2030s, I would guess in the second half of the 2030s, if we get them. Followed by the AUKUS class submarines, supposedly in the 2040s. Once again, I'd guess the 2050s, running into 2060s. I know I'll be long gone. These few submarines, given the actual rationale of AUKUS, are supposed to be able to defend 36,000 kilometres of Australian coastline. And remember, only about half of them, if that, will be at sea at any one time. Most of them, the others will be in for maintenance. So why do I say supposedly acquire? First, the Virginias. For the US to fulfil its own submarine needs and to have some for us, it would need to construct 2.3 annually. Currently, the construction rate is 1.1. That's under half. No Virginia, there'll be no Virginias. As for the AUKUS class, it's come out of the UK. The UK's BAE systems currently takes a decade to build an Astute class submarine, the predecessor to the AUKUS class. They optimistically, I reckon it's really optimistically, believe they can step that up to building one every 18 months, from 10 years to 18 months. That, however, will only be sufficient for their own needs, not those of Australia. Now, if somehow this doesn't fall into place, we'll be leaving ourselves without any submarine defence. Our current Collins class are going to get an extension of life, but they are old. Those of us who are old know that sadly means you are unable to do some of the things you once did. The actual, as distinct from spoken premise of AUKUS, is really pretty clear. It has little to do with the defence of Australia, which, as a previous speaker said, we'd better doing a sort of an echidna defence. If that were the actual reason to defend Australia, then it's the wrong solution. What AUKUS really is about is extending US power into Asia, particularly as a counter to China. These submarines will be deployed to the South China Sea, just off the coast of China, hence the importance of nuclear propulsion, giving them a long range and able to stay under the waters for a long time. The justification for this is Chinese aggressive, rapid build-up of its forces. Now imagine Chinese submarines just off the coast of California, docking in bases, say, in Nicaragua. Remember the hysteria when China conducted naval exercises off the Australian coast, 300 kilometres off the Australian coast, and they did give us some notice. They weren't snooping around like we are often doing and the US are often doing off the coast of China. Yes, Chinese forces have rapidly increased, though as a percentage of Chinese GDP, military expenditure has remained constant, about 1.7%. It's just that China's GDP has grown rapidly. The US spends twice that percentage of GDP on their military, 3.4%. In actual figures, China has an expenditure of $314 billion per annum, the US $997 billion, and Trump's going to up that by half, evidently. Though China probably gets more bang for their buck, if you can say that about military things. This aggression towards China is clearly understandable, that they want a capable military. I would as well, if I was in the Chinese shoes, if I was in Chinese leadership, I'd be wanting a capable military too, given the aggression against us. This aggressive posturing toward China by Australia is not only against our own interests, but also is dangerous. Imagine if worse comes to worse and conflict breaks out. What would the Chinese response be? Target a US vessel, inviting massive response, or that of Australia? I believe the answer, regrettably, is clear. And what the US would do for us, we don't really know the answer to that. So what's the scenario that's going to come out of this? Australia will be left without a submarine defence. I believe then we'll receive a kindly offer from our US friends to help us in our defence, given we are defenceless. That will entail ongoing access to HMAS Sterling, based near Perth, Henderson in South Australia, and perhaps Newcastle or Port Kembla. It's perfect for them, halfway around the world. Great for projection into the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea and into the Pacific. And I really do believe that this is the actual intention of AUKUS. Now, against that, we have the word of our local member, the Minister of Defence Industry, Pat Conroy, who says we're going to shoo them out in the early 2030s once Australia is sovereign ready. Almost immediately, however, after his statement, Admiral Mark Hammond, Australia's Chief of Defence Force, said that the US Navy attack submarines will retain enduring access to HMAS Sterling. So we do get the submarines. What are their shortcomings? First, war is rapidly changing. I'm not a great student of war. I must have sung that old song, I'm not going to study war no more too many times. But I do know war is rapidly changing. We can see that both in Ukraine and in Iran. So who can project what war will be like in 20 years' time, even 10 years' time? Massively changing. Second, detection technology is rapidly advancing. The Chinese are developing gravity-based detection using a highly sophisticated magnetometer called a superconducting quantum interference device, a SQUID, while also developing ghost radar using high-energy microwave synthesis technology and extremely low-frequency radio waves. Third, the reactors powering the submarines using highly enriched uranium. Not only are these highly dangerous, but there may be a shortage of them. A dangerous, of course, to dispose of. The US and Britain are not making them anymore. They signed out of that. They can sign back into it, probably won't. So there's going to be a shortage of the reactors needed, plus all the other problems, and that's been outlined, if you read Pearls and Irritations by Admiral Peter Briggs in the last week or so. There's a shortage because Trump's going to build a whole lot of battleships, named after him. That's exacerbated the shortage. Why is Australia so obsequious regards the US? Australia has mounted the US by an ANZUS treaty, rejecting Australia's desire at the time the treaty was signed in 1951. The US only committed itself to consultation if Australia was threatened, contrary to US treaties offered to others, NATO, Japan, South Korea, and even the Philippines, where the US military assistance is guaranteed. The result of this is that we have to be obsequious. We haven't got that ironclad guarantee, so we've got to prove ourselves all the time that we are loyal allies. So off we go to Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and we allow US military presence on our soil. The joint defence facilities, actually US military bases. To conclude, why are we tying ourselves so closely to the fading Anglo-American world? And it is fading. Asia will be the engine room of the 21st century. And as a Singaporean diplomat, Kishore Mahbubani, has said, Australia can be the bridge between East and West in the Asian century, or the tip of the spear projecting Western power into Asia. Closer to home, Paul Keating said, we need to find security in Asia rather than from Asia. AUKUS is perhaps the most powerful wrong sign of the decision, the direction that Australia has chosen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and for your contribution, including through Pearls and Irritations and in other domains. I'll now invite commissioners to pepper you with questions should they feel the need. Thank you. So, commissioners. Yes, to Carmen.
You did touch on why you think it might be so, but do you care to expand on what for many of us is a bit of a conundrum, and that is why Australia feels the need so frequently to show its obeisance to the United States and particularly US military. Have you had further thoughts about that?
Basically, from what I said, we haven't got that ironclad guarantee that NATO, Article 5, isn't it, I think, Philippines, South Korea, Japan have got this ironclad guarantee. They know they're safe. We are wonderful allies. We're your favourite friends, so we've got to prove that over and over, and we do prove it over and over. It's been proven enough times in my life, from Vietnam right through the succeeding years.
Thank you for that, John. Chris?
John, I just wanted to take you a little bit on a journey into enduring nuclear deterrence. One of the arguments that we consider when we're thinking about AUKUS, I suggest, is that because we've enjoyed protection from nuclear attack under enduring nuclear deterrence, we should now participate in the process. Because, as you, I think, know, only nuclear weapon states have nuclear-powered submarines. And the only thing unique about an AUKUS submarine is it can chase another nuclear-powered submarine, which would be a nuclear-powered submarine that might be fitted with ballistic missiles belonging to some other country. Have you considered that when you put this submission together?
I think nuclear deterrence, I'm glad I've got old. I'm glad most of us here have got old, because it was a good chance we wouldn't get old, that we'd be blown to kingdom come. Nuclear deterrence has worked. Thank goodness. Just any mistake, there's been quite a few occasions. I think I can't remember his name. There's a Soviet colonel who refused to follow directions. He's a hero. I should remember his name. We're that close, and everything being AI computerised these days, the human input's not there. There's a real danger. I can understand that if we want to chase a submarine, but I think that I really can't see the point of Chinese submarines wanting to prowl around. They might be wanting information gathering, yes. They're certainly not going to sink any of, as say, their own ships. Most of the mercantile navy is Chinese these days, Chinese constructed and owned ships. So, it's worked, nuclear deterrence, but gee, we've come close,
Well, I think what I'm suggesting is there are an underpinning set of issues where the United States would like to bind submarines owned and operated by Australia into the system, and extended nuclear deterrence is part of that equation. Have you read a book called Nuclear War by Annie Jacobson?
No, but I'll take that on board.
You should, because it will scare the living daylights out of you. And of course that is a scenario about how nuclear war breaks out and destroys the world in 72 minutes.
I won't say thank you, Chris, for that observation, but noted thank you, Chris. I'll just see whether other commissioners have other comments that they would like to make. So, look, thanks very much, John. You've raised some matters both in your verbal presentation and also in the submission, which the Commission will take very good note of, and pointed out again some of the connections that we've had pointed out to us previously. For your information and mine, the name of the Soviet army officer that you're referring to, and it's got a historical Australian connection which you'll appreciate straight away. Lieutenant Colonel Stanislaw Petrov in 1983. Saved the world from nuclear annihilation.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, John. Please thank John Gripel. And I'll invite Michael Sanderson to come up and to speak. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you very much. Happy Census Day. Happy Arbor Day, Austerity Day.
Just move the microphone a little closer.
Better? I suffer from a condition called severe processing dyslexia, so I'm going to struggle with this, just be warned. Thank you for your invitation to appear today. My name is Michael Sanderson. I appear as an ordinary citizen and member of the Great Unwashed. I was born at a very early age in Port Augusta, South Australia, and I'm old enough to recall the British Vulcan bombers doing a low pass over the town, returning from Woomera. I spent my formative years in Alice Springs and attended high school with children of Americans serving at Pine Camp. Early in my working life, I worked for the industry of Indigenous disadvantage in Central Australia, and I can say categorically that things are little better today than they were half a century ago. I served in the RAAF for almost a decade. I had a brief interlude with politics when I served as the independent member for Huntly Doo and Bees Creek in the inaugural Litchfield Shire Council. Today, as a retiree, I spend my time fighting banks, understanding macroeconomics, and responding to public inquiries and consultations. The underlying theme of my AUKUS submission is simple: follow the money. Ask who benefits. AUKUS should not be judged by slogans about security, alliance, or deterrence. It should be judged by public purpose. It should be judged by sovereignty. It should be judged by whether it makes Australia safer. It should also be judged by who gains power, contracts, access, and private advantage. In my lifetime, Australia has allowed too much of the industrial capacity and memory to be eroded. We have lost skills, factories, public capability, and national confidence. That did not happen by accident. It happened because public purpose was displaced by private interest, timid self-serving politics, short-term thinking, and the influence of big politics, big business, big unions, big banks, big consulting, big media, and now big AUKUS. AUKUS risks becoming another private rent-seeking engine. AUKUS will turn public authority, public money, public knowledge, classified access, and defence relationships into private advantage. And then there's the money. The dollar amounts for AUKUS may seem mind-boggling. But contrary to public understanding, the currency issuing Commonwealth does not lack Australian dollars. For context, Australia's compulsory superannuation pool is now equivalent to 12 AUKUSes. Just let that sink in. But that money was earned and taken from Australian workers. That money could have circulated through the real economy. That money is largely controlled by big private banks, big fund managers, big consultants, and big investment structures. Much of that money is spent offshore. Australia does not lack money. It lacks private direction and public understanding. It lacks the public courage and the vision to build, to own and control essential national capability in the public interest. My concern is not anti-defence. It is not anti-alliance, nor is it anti-technology. My concern is that AUKUS may give Australia dependency instead of sovereignty, rent-seeking instead of security, and private gain instead of public capability. Finally, the Ukraine experience poses the hard question. Are we developing the right technology to deter the threats that may evolve? I asked the inquiry to test AUKUS against a real public interest standard and ask who benefits, who really controls it, who carries the risk, and does it truly make Australia safer? Does it serve the good public purpose? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for drawing the Commission's attention to the question of public purpose. And certainly there is a public interest in us considering these issues as we're able to do with submissions from the public. So thank you for that. I'll now invite Commissioners if they do have any queries or other matters that they would wish to raise with Michael. Leanne.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Just wondering if you can talk a little bit more, so help me understand what you were talking about, that there is no lack of money in relation to AUKUS.
Okay. Economics 101. The Australian dollar doesn't appear out of air. That's the first thing. The issuer of the Australian government, of the Australian dollar, is the Australian Commonwealth Government. So every Australian dollar in the economy has appeared as a consequence of federal government spending. So the Parliament passes a bill which authorises the RBA to pay some private entity for the stuff that it purchases. It may be the duplication of the Hume Highway being a national. It may be paying me as the old age pensioner. Now that money sloshes around the economy until it's taxed out of existence. It's no more complex than that. When a person says, you know, the federal government is spending our taxpayers' dollars, they don't know what they're talking about. It's the other way around. You know, the federal government who issues the currency doesn't need its currency to spend. The taxpayer needs the federal government's currency in order to pay the tax. And then there's the illusion of this $1 trillion debt. You know, the debt is represented by the bonds that the private sector buys. Now, bonds are denominated in Australian dollars. They're not denominated in any other currency. So in order to purchase a bond, one must have Australian dollars, which the federal government has already spent into existence. So it's a convenient place for people with an excess amount of Australian dollars to park their dollars and earn a bit of interest, knowing full well that the federal government can never not be able to pay it back. Now, to illustrate another one, if for instance the Australian Office of Financial Management chose to cease issuing bonds, those bonds would disappear on maturity, and so would the debt. There would be no interest. You know, that could, I'm not saying bonds don't have a purpose, but their purpose isn't debt. We could open up an account with the RBA where people could, you know, stash their extra Australian dollars and earn a bit of interest. You don't have to have a bond mechanism. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And Chris?
Thank you, Michael. I've got a couple of comments. Firstly, I guess you would say the purpose of your submission was really to say we do not want AUKUS. And secondly, when you spoke about the failures of the way we manage our society, you didn't point to a lack of leadership, which I think is a big issue. And then finally, could you tell me what you think a safe Australia looks like?
Okay. a state say, well, the purpose of AUKUS is to protect our sea lanes. Now, I ask you, we are a country with massive resources. Now, the reason we have to protect our sea lanes is because our economies have been eroded by capital. So we import a lot of stuff now that we once produced. So my idea of sovereignty is to re-establish our ability to be able to produce stuff so it renders the requirement to have open sea lanes. It would then make an AUKUS submarine redundant. Now, we'd probably have to do, not have some of the luxuries that we have today, but if we produce the stuff that we require as an economy, we wouldn't need the subs. We could be a Switzerland, we could be neutral. And as I said, we could be that bridge between the East and the West. There's something before I finish I'd like to bring up that is of importance, but I'll answer the questions first.
In that case, let me just see whether there are any more questions. No, thank you. So
okay.
we'll indulge this final point, and then we'll go on to the next speaker. Thank you, Michael.
I do a lot of submissions to public inquiries, Parliament, Treasury, AUKUS. Now, there's a lot happening there. There's a defence procurement for entry fighting vehicles, Land 400 Phase 3. That represents $7.3 billion. Okay? We are paying $56 million for one red-backed fighting vehicle. Now, the interest was such that I was the only submitter to that particular inquiry. So,
sorry, just repeat that inquiry again for us.
It was the...
Sorry, Chris has got it, we understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I was, as I said, now it is graft. So we've got a South Korean company producing, supposedly at the start, a mature platform that turned into a developing platform that was then decreased in numbers. And I said, 56 months, that would be a pretty flash vehicle. Another example is the Taipan helicopter. It's $11.7 billion, worked out to $250 million per aircraft. It was a dud. That particular inquiry got 13, mainly because of the crash up in the Whitsundays. The other caution is there is an agreement between the Government of Australia, NATO and the NSPO, which is the NATO Support Procurement Organisation. Now, that effectively is a bit like a sub deal where the other side get immunity and diplomatic immunity, and if we challenge them, we've got to pay for their legal costs. So you need to look into the relationships past AUKUS. With the treaties, there's a number of inquiries looking into treaty. One that's just come out, the treaty between the Government of Australia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia. I was the only submitter. There is public money being spent on private infrastructure in this country. For instance, the ATO building in Adelaide is shifting from a perfectly good building to a proper flash new one. And they're paying $89 million for the fit out in a privately owned. My question is, why aren't we owning these buildings? Why are we? But yeah, there's also there's a building in Sydney where they're vacating and they're going to destroy and turn it into a park. It's a cyclotron building. They're going to spend $18 million destroying a building that could be used for something. Put some homeless people in there or something. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff happening out there.
Well, there certainly is, and we acknowledge your involvement in some of those matters. Thanks very much, Michael, for coming and presenting this. So I'm just checking to see whether Mandy Zeus is in the building, and if Mandy is here, could she raise her hand, or otherwise? Mandy, you got your hat on. Are you about to come and speak? No. Okay. So, I beg your pardon. That's about as inelegant as it gets. On that basis, I'll start to work our way through the list of speakers who've yet to appear. So I have Marcus Mariani. And Marcus Mariani, would you like to come up and speak to the commissioners? Thanks, Marcus. Welcome, and where all is?
You'll have to excuse my voice. Matilda said we'll have about 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Is that good? Thank you. Just to start, there was another Soviet naval officer who did save the planet during the Cuban Missile Crisis. His name was Vasily Arkhipov. I think he was a political officer or even a member of the KGB, but he refused to countermand the order of the captain who wanted to use nuclear-tipped torpedo against American ships that were discharging their submarine.
Thank you for providing that clarification and addition for us. And now, Marcus, to your submission.
Thank you very much. Well, Commissioners, I'd like to start by thanking you for your time and patience in travelling and listening to Australians on the AUKUS issue, which is relevant to broader issues of defence and foreign policy. It is a shame successive governments have not afforded us any consultation, and thank you for also coming to this region. Firstly, a big caveat. Despite the criticisms in my submission and that I'll make today, I do like the United States and Americans. Indeed, many of the people I most admire are Americans. However, this does not mean that I always support US policy or believe their policies align with Australia's interests or even their own. My address will summarise my submission for the Commission and for the audience with several additional points. My submission was broken into 9 aspects. Section 1 was on a flawed acquisition and sustainment strategy. In this section, I detailed how the AUKUS agreement violated the capability assessment processes of the Department of Defence. I will correct that heading now. The acquisition and sustainment strategy for AUKUS was not simply flawed, it was non-existent. I have not found any publicly released assessment that makes the case for nuclear submarines over the prior careful analysis of the Capability Development Group approved by Cabinet. AUKUS was a unilateral political decision that overrode the assessment of defence, just like Air 6000 was previously decided by a Liberal politician, which Labor then went on to support as if it were their own policy. The AUKUS sustainment burden is also another flaw, as Australia will have 2 complex, distinct submarines to maintain for decades. Section 2 was on submariner availability. In this section, I analysed some simple math about how many submariners Australia will need and how there is no solid plan to achieve this. The idea of attracting or using American or British submariners is fantasy when those navies do not have submariners themselves. Former senior officers and experts have warned that the Royal Navy is, quote, no longer capable of managing a nuclear submarine program, end quote, citing a, quote, huge failure in the management of key personnel, end quote, and a lack of succession planning. There is also security and sovereignty issues to have a portion of the submarine crew who are foreign. Section 3 was on the necessity of nuclear submarine capability. This section questioned the need for such an expensive capability to achieve Australia's defence needs and concurred with the assessment of capability under C1000 and concluded against nuclear submarines. While their endurance is an advantage, the only use case for this capability is to be able to sail to seas surrounding China. If the intent is to try and intercept Chinese ballistic submarines, our limited number of submarines would have to penetrate a potentially deep screen of defences of sensors and airborne, surface and underwater submarine hunters, and yet Chinese sub-launched ballistic missiles such as the JL-3 can reach Canberra even if fired from port. I did not touch on the fact that with the limited submarines under the AUKUS deal, and we have no idea how problematic or maintenance intensive the AUKUS submarine will be, Australia will rarely, if ever, be able to field its full complement of submarines. Australia had agreed to acquire 12 Barracudas under the deal with France. This allowed for a force of sufficient active submarines while others were in dock. Section 4 was opportunity cost and alternatives. In this section, I outlined that AUKUS is an incredible sum of money for one aspect of Australia's defence, when there are cheaper alternatives. I wrote about the importance of drone use in warfare since the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. We are in a period of rapid military evolution with the adoption of drones. I point out that Australia is already a world leader in underwater drone technology, and as another example, we have seen Iranian ingenuity in the form of a world-first loitering airborne drone used for air defence, which successfully defeated the much-vaunted F-35 as used by the RAAF. It makes little sense to over-invest in any capability that could be obsolete in the near future. Then there are other defences and national needs, not least of which are our infrastructure needs and national debt. The global economy is heading into perilous times and we must be as efficient as possible with every tax dollar. If governments want to alleviate the cost of living, it must stop wasteful spending, which requires ever more tax. I'll finish this point by saying that many capabilities in AUKUS Pillar 2 really have little to do with submarines and can be pursued separately, and some are, such as our cooperation on hypersonic missile technology. Section 5 was on international relations and sovereignty, and Section 6 was on AUKUS being contrary to Australia's strategic interests. I will explain them together as they are closely related. The most important point about Section 5 was that in terms of relations, the AUKUS decision has been negatively received by several nations, and no doubt others also privately share concerns. Australia's sovereignty is already limited. We are allowed to make money off trade with China with a large surplus to us, which helps them grow and develop, but the cost of this is that we must buy as much military equipment from the US as possible. If no government can overturn the likes of AUKUS, we must accept that we are not sovereign or even mature as a nation. In Section 6, I basically explain how AUKUS is contrary to the strategy laid out in the 2009 White Paper, reversed only 4 years later to allow for Australia's absorption into the Pacific pivot of the US. Australia is going along with it because we have lost our sovereignty by politicians who have sold out. I explained how Australia should not be militarily dependent on two declining nations whose policies are reckless and self-destructive. The US is nearly $40 trillion in debt. Their 10-year bond rate was recently at 4.75%. When it hits 5%, it will trigger a severe correction in the US economy and its capacity to fund its military will decrease, perhaps like what happened to the Soviet Union. They also explained how the United States, after its inevitable strategic defeats in Ukraine and the Persian Gulf, have demonstrated that it cannot be relied upon to defend its allies, and in fact it cannot defend itself even against what it considers lesser militaries. When considering if the US will come to our aid in a time of need, recent events in the Gulf should give pause. One must remember the raw truth of admissions by the pragmatic godfather of US foreign relations, Henry Kissinger, who said in 1968, "To be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal." And whose philosophy was that the United States has no permanent enemies or friends, only interests. This may ring true when one recalls the US asked to test sarin and VX nerve agents on Australian soldiers in 1962 and 1964. And in 1977, none other than then Senator Joe Biden warned the US might reconsider its security commitments to Australia if Canberra refused to sell uranium to America's allies. Ask the people of Ukraine, not the Ukrainian regime, what it is like to be used as a proxy. The limit of US military primacy has been revealed, yet AUKUS is a catalyst for more US bases in Australia. To match US nuclear bomber rotations, US nuclear ballistic submarines will undoubtedly at least visit our new submarine bases. This is not in our strategic or survival interests when it is clearly aimed at our largest trading partner, especially when action matches rhetoric with disturbing plans already made public by US generals and Pat Conroy, who recently said Australia must stand tall with the US against China. Australia is a further step in closer integration and inevitable cooperation in conflict that may arise. Australia does not need this risk. I will also add that this closer integration is seeing Australia join the US and the UK in establishing a surveillance state, which is a threat to liberty and democracy. Whilst I'm in favour of remaining in ANZUS alliances, the US enter should prompt a review. Alliances should not be monolithic, and there are reasons to change or cease such agreements. The impending legislation in the US significantly expands intelligence and defence cooperation with Israel, embedding Israeli technologies into US military systems, intelligence sharing, which even future presidents of the United States would be hard-pressed to cease or amend, will surpass even the traditional closest alliance like the Five Eyes, of which Australia is part. Australian intelligence will be shared with a nation outside of the Five Eyes partnership, which may not be in our national interest, nor might it be with any other country the US enters into a similar agreement with. Section 7 was on the establishment of nuclear industry and expertise, and in this section I used real-world examples and quote experts to demonstrate Australia will not have a viable nuclear industry, which every other nation had before they acquired nuclear submarines, for at least 15 years. To rush that invites unacceptable risk. Section 8 was hope versus realism, the AUKUS scam. In this section, I exposed some of the fallacies of the AUKUS scam, including data on the US simply not building enough submarines for their own needs, let alone ours, as we've heard, and like many government programs, AUKUS being another trough for the properly connected to feed from, with former politicians leading the feast. It has been described that, quote, the reliance of Australia and other allies on the US, to be blunt, is little more than a mafia-style protection racket. The US is designed to ensure an income stream for their military-industrial complex, which has a defence industrial base that touches every state, guaranteeing jobs, end quote. Perhaps there is some truth to this. The math on AUKUS demonstrates it is a scam. Despite the 60 billion cost of 12 Barracuda subs blowing out to 90 billion, this is still nearly 300 billion cheaper than 8 subs under the AUKUS deal. In other areas of government, this might meet the definition of misconduct, being serious maladministration and serious and substantial waste. It is a scam because it is at least a bait and switch with the move to second-hand subs. And we have already heard at length that there is some possibility that we may not receive anything under the deal. Whoever negotiated on behalf of Australia must have read Art of the Deal by a certain American author. The AUKUS submarines themselves are effectively experimental. None have been produced and we do not know what issues we will face with them. Finally, Section 9 was criticism of government. In this section, I gave both major parties a rightful bashing in their complicity in agreeing to and defending with the AUKUS deal in face of widespread opposition, especially in the ALP, with branches taking the issue to conferences and being dismissed. There are clearly limits to democracy and upholding the will of members of the ALP. The coalition has never snapped out of being all the way with LBJ. As a former long-term ALP member, I was critical of the Minister for Defence and Defence Industry, who is my local MP. One really can't expect much of such people who have no experience in defence or any real professional experience, as in the case of Pat Honorary, a senior member of the ALP's left faction who supports the US, quote, with every fibre of my being, end quote. I can't help but note that unions and Senator Cameron, among other luminaries of the left, were instrumental in the pre-selection of Pat Convery in 2013. The top dog of Labor's left, however, is none other than Anthony Albanese, who also deserves criticism. He has been an ardent supporter of AUKUS despite whole opposite views of the US before becoming ALP leader. We are ruled by selfish hypocrites. Can we really expect rational policy in the country's best interest? It is damning that serving politicians of the Uniparty do not have the courage to attend this inquiry if AUKUS is such a great deal. I will finish on a downer, unfortunately. I do believe AUKUS is inevitable and we must then shift our focus to ensuring transparency and scrutiny.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you for letting us know at the end of your presentation about your previous political engagements. There are a couple of current members of the ALB, including one who sits on this commission. However, more to the point, and again to say thank you, but also just to reiterate what I said before briefly, and perhaps you weren't in the room, but for others as well. We do have a specific set of matters which we're contemplating in this inquiry around AUKUS, whether it keeps us safe at what cost, whether there are cost-effective alternatives that have or have not been considered, impacts on our regional neighbours and the like. And we're really happy to hear from everybody on all matters that they bring to us, but it is those matters which we will confine our thinking to when we make our determinations. Having said that, thank you. And thank you for going to so much time and effort to bring a really comprehensive submission to us. And I'll see whether there are any questions from commissioners. Chris Barrie.
Marcus, I did note your previous employment in the RAM and in the engineering division, and I suspect that you have some knowledge about the engineering issues that a project like AUKUS will confront. I'm not going to ask questions on that because I think your submission is really quite detailed. First of all, do you have any issues about Australia redefining the relationship with China, observing that by 2040 China will be the major power in our region and 50% of the world's GDP will be generated here?
Oh, there will be issues because I think that they will have difficulty trusting us. I recall when Kevin Rudd tried to reach out to China, and then there was leaks that he was speaking out the other side of his mouth when he went to the US, saying that that was all basically a ruse. Obviously, without becoming publicly available, I could imagine China would be very suspicious of any sort of attempts that we made. to try and develop a relationship with them. I think it's imperative that we do, and I think that it is a balancing act for Australia, but it's one that we have to attempt genuinely, and we need the right leadership to do that.
Okay, so you would support confidence building measures to build trust with our future relationship with China?
And with all the BRICS members, really, because we are heading into a multipolar world. BRICS nations, they are also very dominant resource economies, and I think that Australia being a resource economy, we have a natural fit relationship with them, that we should be cooperating with them.
Secondly, on the nature of submarine capability, I got the inference from what you said that the Barracuda 12 conventional submarine option was more attractive in terms of Australia's defence requirement.
That is correct. I think it's off the table. I believe that the French now are too busy to be able to produce submarines for us again, so we'd need to re-enter that contract and get in the queue, and then by then will that capability be what we need? But certainly it was coming in at the right time. Now we're back to square one, and we'll have potentially a capability gap, or potentially I think we will, and then we'll be rushing, and what do? Do we hire submarine protection? That plan B has never been properly explored as to what happens even under AUKUS if we don't meet deadlines, if we don't get subs. And that's why I think that the C2 company, Robotics, they recently sold 3 examples of an autonomous drone to the United States Navy. So I think we definitely have the ingenuity to be able to invest in Australia to build our own capability, to supplement and maybe as a backup.
Okay. And the government's already announced it's $11 billion to do the life extension of the Commons class. But would it be your view that even if we went back to the 12 conventional submarine proposal now, it would still end up being a lot cheaper than going through the US?
Absolutely. And it was properly assessed under Defence's review process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'll just see whether there are other questions from commissioners. Carmen.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your very detailed submission. We certainly will benefit from it. You mentioned in both your submission and today that the acquisition process was not just flawed but completely absent in the case of the AUKUS submarines proposed. And clearly from what you say that is pretty much the case. But I wonder if you'd be good enough to outline what you would expect and perhaps relate it to some of the Pillar 2 options that we're now considering, whether this has now become a habit of mind which will lead to similar mistakes being made in the future.
Well, it should have gone through the process, and we have been doing these reviews after the fact, like we did with the Joint Strike Fighter and F6000. That didn't even get as far through the process as what AUKUS has done, what the Barracudas have done. But then reviews were done, particularly when Labor came in, and I dealt with Greg Combay about this, and when he was Minister. And the written job is given was Minister, and the review basically backed up the decision that the Liberals had made and which the Labor wanted to also pursue. So we are in the habit of making unilateral political decisions, particularly on big ticket items, and then coming up with a justification afterwards. And depending on some of the capabilities in Pillar 2, we'll probably be forced into acquiring some of those simply because we are locked into that program, and the vagaries of how much we need to spend, what that looks like, it's all too vague and it's not transparent, and we don't know how much we're actually going to be up for. And we need that transparency. We need to know how much we are going to need to spend and how much there could be in overruns, because that is all factored in when you do a proper analysis. And we should have gone back and put AUKUS through the proper defence process before that decision was made, obviously. But even after the decision was made, they still should have gone back to have proven that it could have passed through the gate processes and whatnot. But it never was. And that, given it's the largest military expenditure they had. It's just deplorable that it was never given that level of scrutiny. What's the point of having that defence process if for the crowning jewel of in terms of sum of money of defence purchases and acquisitions did not abide by the requirements and the process that we apply to defence?
Thank you for those answers. And one quick one from me. You made reference in your remarks to us, Marcus, of increasing surveillance that is associated with AUKUS and with the intended AUKUS procurement decisions. And presumably you mean that have already been taken.
Yep, I
understand. Would you like? So I may have missed that in your written material. So
no, and that's a fresh point, but it is something that I see, particularly with Pillar 2. Some of the capabilities will be used. I imagine, the communications and antenna acquisitions, all that feeds into the surveillance state. We're already making deals with companies like Palantir, who have been involved in the use of AI and surveillance to target Palestinians, and also I think it was their data that was supplied that was responsible for the death of the schoolgirls in Minab. So companies like that, and we already see also in the UK the use of military companies, also Israeli intelligence companies providing services and their technologies, software, etc. This is being rolled out, and I fear that it is coming to Australia, and I think it will under Pillar 2 because there's a lot, as I said, there's a lot of greyness about what that involves, and there could be capacity for us to fund all sorts of black projects that we don't know about until it's already funded and in place.
All right, well, thank you. Everybody, let's thank Marcus Mariani very much for that submission. And I think Mandy Zeus may have come into the room. Have I got that right, Mandy? Yes, I have. Would you like to come and present to us now? Thanks very much. The name tags will be changed. Speak nice and closely to the microphone, and we are all ears.
Okay, I feel a little bit misplaced, I must say. I come just in my lunch break to attend the public hearing. I want to speak out personally against the AUKUS deal.
Just bring the mic a bit closer.
Yeah. That's good. And of course for personal reasons, because I have no affiliations with government spending whatsoever. My concerns are that money is spent not as it should be. There's quite a large amount of money that I could never imagine. Such an amount could be used in Australia for very good allocations, and I feel a lot of more people should speak up to say, where's our money going? We are the public, we are the working class, we provide the money, yeah, and I feel the decision is made short-sightedly. We will not know where this money will be used for in, say, 10 or 20 years of time, how world wars will be fought, where the money is needed, where the AI is going, we have no idea. And I feel to speak up for our children, because they will bear this load. We should speak out now. And I'm quite nervous, you can hear it in my voice. But I feel more people should come forward to speak up and to say, we're not happy.
Yeah. Well, look, please don't be nervous. Thank you very much. Now, I'm intuiting that you may not have been born in Australia. Was that right, or were you born here?
I've been born in Germany.
Okay, es tut mir leid, ich spreche keine Deutsch. So but how long have you lived here?
I came to Australia in 2009.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else additionally you wanted to say to the commissioners? Because I think we can hear clearly that you're raising some really important questions about people's participation in a discussion about AUKUS and your own views about AUKUS. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
I only can say it's not about just submarines, and there's not just a public community out there who looks on Facebook and then see and gets all the backlash. There are people just really being concerned with where this is all going. and also concerned about AI, and we received quite a bit of backlash against the AI as well. And not many know that this AUKUS deal also involves the AI development in Australia. And I feel like there's a lot of money being spent in the future that has not been really made clear how much that would be, how long this is going to go, how Australia will also deal with any of the waste products, say, from the nuclear submarines that's coming in 30 years of time, that nobody knows how to accommodate that. And yeah, there's a lot of uncertain points that should be addressed before the deal should be done. And I think it hasn't been made clear yet.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see whether commissioners wish to make additional points or questions. Chris?
So I've heard clearly where you're coming from, Andy. But I think the question I want to ask you about is that of nuclear waste and how Australia might deal with high energy uranium. And I don't know whether you have thought about that as much as I have over the last few days. And it'll have a half-life of 700,000 years, which is way in excess of the length of time that our First Nations Australians have been here. So it sounds highly controversial to me. Have you got a thought on that?
From my perspective is Australia has not really thought about what we're dealing now, and the plan is we don't have a plan, but we can sort of figure it out. In 30 years of time, when we really have to deal with this nuclear waste, when those submarines need to be replaced. And this is not a good way of thinking, to say we have no idea what we're doing, but we figure it out in 30 years of time. We may not, and then we really, or our children might really face an issue that we cannot foresee right now. Yeah. Or we could foresee, but we haven't done anything.
Yeah. Thank you, Mandy. My question is really around what is Germany hearing, and if you're speaking with family back there, what are those concerns around this AUKUS agreement and what Australia is doing with this AUKUS agreement? Is there concerns over there in Germany, back in your home country?
I haven't talked about my family of things like that, but from what I know is Germany has capabilities of producing, or there's European countries that have capabilities of producing alternative submarines that could have been purchased and not. We shouldn't go straight away nuclear just because they can stay underwater longer. It doesn't really make sense in a way that you say, like, why not exploring other ways of, and God knows where this warfare is going. Yeah, you can see it in the Ukraine, you can see it in Iran. They're fighting wars quite differently than it has been in the past, and the approach is not a good approach.
Thank you for that. I'll just see whether there are any other questions. Carmen.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming today, especially taking your lunch break. We appreciate that. I guess one of the questions that I've had is how someone like yourself comes to have the broad knowledge of AUKUS and its potential risks and presumably benefits. We've heard that a lot of people don't actually have much information, but I've been impressed, in fact, by the amount of information and argument that has been advanced by people who appeared before us, including yourself. And just as a matter of, I guess, record for us, I'd be keen to know where you get information from, where your friends and others that you know in your sort of community and your broad demographic get their information from, because that's important ultimately, I think, for us to communicate as well.
I dare say the social media and the public media has changed a lot, and there's a lot of podcasts out there and variables and different things where you can get information very quickly and in a very collated way. It didn't make or took me too long to figure out what that AUKUS is about and take on all these different sort of matters that goes into this deal, implications on countries and allies and things like that, and the border thing. I don't have much insight. I only scanned the surface, but I feel like Peter Garrett posted something way back when it first came out and it wasn't so much in the public media. And he would say, if you ask anybody on the street who wants better quality of life or better housing or better this and better that, they wouldn't go, no, we want nuclear submarines. And that really sparked it off for me. And since then I followed this. So thanks, Peter, for bringing this to the forefront. And it really helps to bring it to the public and getting more engagement from the people.
Okay, thanks very much, Mandy. So it's all of the Secretariat and all the Commissioners who made this possible. It's a publicly funded inquiry, and the information about the inquiry is easily accessible on the website. If you just put in AUKUS Public Inquiry, the information will come off, and it's a pretty good website, I have to say. Let us now go to our next speaker, Professor Leanne Minshull from the University of Newcastle, Sustainability and Science Professor. Is Liam with us at the moment? Hasn't arrived yet? Okay, very well. In which case, I'm going to start working my way through the remainder of our list, and I think we have Councillor Siobhan Isherwood. Siobhan, are you in the building? She is down there. Hi. Would you like to come up, Siobhan, and make your presentation now? If you're able to, that would be terrific. And that gives us an opportunity to hear from you. And we're running a little ahead of time, not that much, so by the time Liam gets here, he'll have his chance as well. So we're in your hands, Siobhan.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity. I'd just like to acknowledge that we're on Awabakal and Warramai land today. Today I'd like to help us take a look at the bigger picture, to put the concept of nuclear submarines in Newcastle into context. My submission relates to terms of reference 1, 3 and 5 in particular. And I'd like to share with you a picture of Newcastle from the past and today. Our city and this region has a rich history of coal mining, steelworks and art. We also have a rich history of protest and taking a stand on peace and inclusion. In 1997, Newcastle was the first city in Australia to raise the Aboriginal flag. In 1982, Australia's first female Lord Mayor, Joy Cummings, on behalf of the elected council, declared Newcastle a nuclear-free zone. That declaration has since been reiterated many times by successive mayors and councillors. In 2017, 75% of us voted yes for marriage equality, the highest vote outside a capital city. Newcastle has also produced Silverchair, the Screaming Jets, the Castanets, William Dobell, John Olsen, Catherine Britt, Sue Cruikshank, and many, many more painters, musicians, performers and creatives. Roy from Roy and HG. Not born here, but much will claim him. We're home to Rising Tide, which is a mass peaceful and non-violent movement for action on climate change. We're a refugee welcome city, and we're lucky to have refugees and migrants from all over the world call Newcastle home. Last month, councillors adopted Newcastle's cultural plan, which describes us as a city of storytellers and deeply acknowledges that support for creatives in our city should be an absolute government priority at all levels of government. The creatives in our city desperately need more funding support. We have a port that is grappling with a transition from coal to container ships and renewables. We are a city of innovators and a city in transition. Our region is at the forefront of a transition away from coal, and locals have for years been calling for state and federal leadership on a transition to clean, sustainable, diverse industries, including just a few bus, train and ferry manufacturing, renewables jobs, education, creative industries and the health sector. This is the future that our communities have been fighting for years. A vibrant, clean, diverse, safe future for our region. Instead, with no consultation, no conversation, no cabinet brief, with almost no information whatsoever. The state and federal government, Liberal and Labor governments, have got us into bed with multinational weapons manufacturers and with the US, and are locking us into a future of defence industries, weapons manufacturing and exports, nuclear submarines and nuclear waste. Instead, we've seen the University of Newcastle scrap the School of Psychological Sciences, scrap 35 courses and 7 programs from the College of Health, Medicine and Wellbeing, cut 25 positions from the College of Engineering, Science and Environment, 24 positions from the College of Human and Social Futures, while investing heavily in defence-related programs, including partnering with Lockheed Martin, Boeing, developing a defence innovation network and expanding military-related degrees. Instead, government documents have recently shown us that AUKUS threatens the realisation of a container terminal at Port of Newcastle, possibly affect property values, will make us a military target and saddle us with nuclear waste. Instead, Labor has committed us to storing nuclear waste with no certainty that the public will even have a say on where it is stored. The Greens believe that one of the greatest strategic risks to Australia is further losing our sovereignty, having critical decisions about our defence strategy made in Washington and not Canberra. Whether or not AUKUS comes to pass, and I acknowledge that it's an incredibly uncertain future, and whether or not it's located in Newcastle, by the time we get there, our governments will have invested so much money and energy into the militarisation of our region, it will be too late to hit reverse. And I put it to you that by the time Labor's militaristic future is realised here, we will have lost our identity as a city that fosters peace, a city that stands up for people and for climate action, and a city with diverse, sustainable and thriving industries. I don't believe the AUKUS agreement is good for Australia. I don't believe that the AUKUS agreement is good for Newcastle, not for our economy or our future. And that's all I have to say on the matter.
Hey.
Thanks very much. And I'll now see whether there are questions from councillors. Commissioners, I beg your pardon, you're the councillor. As a commissioner, introduce you to now.
Thanks a lot. You are losing it. But we're still glad you're here, Peter. The assessment that you referred to that talks about the possibilities for the port, James Whelan also mentioned that in his report, and he has actually got a link to it in his submission, but I haven't gone there. He says there's a 217-page assessment. Can you just tell me who did the assessment? And you don't? Okay, that's fine.
I can't tell you that, yeah.
Okay, no
but
worries.
It is, yeah.
Thank you. I'll just see whether there are any other questions from commissioners. Carmen?
I was quite shocked, I guess, as someone who trained in psychology, to hear that whole department's gone to the University of Newcastle. And do you see those changes, those losses in what seems like social sciences and humanities as a direct trade for increasing areas of training in the defence-related courses?
The losses are part of a systemic attack, I would say, on the offerings of the university, a much broader economic rationalisation of universities. And I know that there's also an expansion of investment in assets and building, but those two things do come hand in hand. And it is surprising to me to see the university at the same time saying that they are making these cuts because they don't have, because of a deficit, and yet also investing heavily in defence expansion. So to me that looks much more like a deliberate choice to favour one area rather than the other, rather than any issue with balancing the books.
Thanks, Siobhan. Chris Barrie.
First a comment, Siobhan, it's never too late to reverse course if it's wrong.
Thank Thank you for that, Chris.
Secondly, I'm a bit worried about the University of Newcastle and the inference that changes there have been brought about by improper external influences. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, not at all. I'm suggesting that the university, not at all, absolutely. The University of Newcastle is an enormous employer in our region. It's also what will drive a lot of the future supply of skills in our region. And all I'm expressing is that it's disappointing to see cuts in the areas that will support diverse economies, like health and the arts and the creative sector, and the justification for that being cost saving, while at the same time we see a burgeoning connection between the university and defence. And I would argue that, as far as I'm aware, the shifting of priorities of the university hasn't been discussed with staff or students, and that, you know, for me, all I'm suggesting is that it is part of a broader transition that's happening in our region, without any say or input from the community.
That's pleasing to hear, because I'm a great admirer of the work Newcastle University's done on regional and mental health.
Thanks very much for that, Siobhan. I'll just see whether there are any other questions. Karina.
Just one quick one, Siobhan, around the transitioning you just mentioned. Is Newcastle transitioning, and is that sort of out of Newcastle's control and things are happening elsewhere from Canberra?
In terms of the economic transition that's happening, I mean, the Hunter Valley is a huge coal mining region, and the Port of Newcastle is the world's largest coal mine. So many communities in this region, and sorry? Coal port, what did I say? Coal mine. Coal port in the region, thank you. And anybody who pays attention to climate change and the transition and, you know, action on climate change knows that the days for coal mines are limited and coal exports are limited, and so many people in this region are calling for a strategic and a fair and a just transition for local workers. What we're also seeing is mass layoffs in the coal mining sector throughout our region, with almost no notice, with no structural support, with no future direction from the state and federal government. And what we're looking for here is investment in diversified economies and attention to the industries that are already here and that are nascent. Creative industry is a great example, but manufacturing is another one, to support both our region's transition out of coal mines and our ports and Newcastle's transition out of the connection to coal mining. So that transition is already happening. I would say it's not happening nearly as fast or as fairly as it needs to happen.
Okay, thanks very much, Siobhan. There's no further questions. We appreciate you very much coming and providing them. So the last speaker for us, before we have a quick break and then go to the short presentations, is Professor Liam Phelan. Thank you, Liam. Your name has been produced on the front there so we can see that it is you, and we welcome hearing from you now. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Commissioners, thanks very much for the opportunity to present today, and all good wishes for your continuing deliberations. I think you're halfway through or so, something like that. And it's a pleasure to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting today in Mullabimba, on Aboriginal folks' land, and to pay respects to Awabakal elders, past, present, and emerging, and to acknowledge all the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander folks here today. My research interests and expertise are in climate change and finance, and increasingly over the past 10 years or so, just transitions as well. And so my comments today focus on Pillar 2 of the AUKUS military partnership, advanced capabilities, and I'll make these comments with reference to the overlay of two critical global scale challenges and how those two challenges intersect for Newcastle and the Hunter Valley. And those two challenges are increasing militarisation on the one hand and climate change on the other. So ensuring a just energy transition from coal to renewables is absolutely the key challenge facing our region, and it has been for many years now. And while a just energy transition receives some attention, mostly only recently, it really should be at the top of the agenda for all three levels of government. And I can describe the progress on transition achieved for the region so far as essential but insufficient and too slow, far too slow. And now AUKUS is diverting essential government attention and other resources away from the energy transition to increasing militarisation. In short, AUKUS threatens the transition from coal to renewables in our region. AUKUS risks supplanting the energy transition with a transition from coal to weapons manufacturing and weapons exports. The Hunter Valley is a climate change hotspot. Newcastle, as we've just heard, is the largest coal port on the planet, and it's a key origin point for carbon dioxide emissions that are a key driver of anthropogenic climate change. And the energy transition is already upon us. Decisions to end coal exports from Newcastle are being made in boardrooms overseas. We are not in control of that process, nor the timing of that process. But we do know coal exports will wind down rapidly, and we are very, very far behind from where we need to be. If we focus on domestic energy production, the fundamental reorganisation of how we generate and use energy in our economy is an unprecedented challenge for Australia overall and for our region in particular. And again, we are very, very far behind where we need to be. And so there are two things to say about this. First, and to be blunt, we need all hands to the pump for energy transition. And so there's simply no space in the Hunter for weapons manufacturing and exports. We're already facing critical skills shortages. We don't have enough trained people to build all the new energy infrastructure that we need, everything that we need to make the essential and wholesale shift to renewables. And secondly, even if we did have that capacity, even if we did have it, there's no space in a just transition for weapons manufacturing and exports. The concept of a just transition is a transition that brings everyone with us. That means folks working currently in coal mines and in power stations, and all through those folks' communities. I'm talking about here in Newcastle, around Lake Macquarie, up the Hunter Valley, in Maitland, Cessnock, Scone, Muswellbrook. Fundamentally, it means looking after people here and further afield too. So a just transition means jobs and the environment. We can have both, and in fact we must have both. A just transition means livable wages for workers and lives lived well for everyone in our communities. And a just transition means meaningful work that's needed in our communities and our regions, things that we actually need. Up the valley, for example, folks are crying out for adequate health care. One of our PhD candidates, one of our PhD students recently had to be transferred from Muswellbrook down to John Hunter here with pneumonia, right? Because the care wasn't available where he was. We need work that builds the future we want for our kids and their kids and their kids in this place that we call home. A just transition means caring for country as well. It means returning lands to traditional owners. A just transition also means landscape rehabilitation and restoration. We've got 2/3 of the Hunter Valley floor scarred by coal mine lands, including massive voids. They're kilometres long and they're hundreds of metres deep. And if we leave them as they are, they'll become permanent and serious threats to human and ecological health. A just transition means work and careers that don't depend on others' suffering. Whether that suffering comes through coal's climate change impacts or the destruction that comes with weapons and war, jobs that depend on others' suffering can never be part of a just transition. Finally, a just transition means solidarity. Solidarity with folks wherever they are, sharing the same one planet that we have. And this is what our region needs. and needs urgently. Mine after mine up the valley is slated for closure in the next decade or so. So time is of the essence. And so in that context, what we see from the Commonwealth is instructive. It is true that there has been some limited, very recent and very hard-fought attention and progress on energy transition. A flagship example is the allocation in late 2024 of almost $60 million for training at Tighes Hill campus, that's right here in Newcastle, for skills training for the energy transition. And this allocation is most welcome and was made after a great deal of work over a number of years by leading community organisations in our region. I'm thinking about the Hunter Jobs Alliance, Hunter Renewal and the Hunter Community Alliance. They're the three community organisations really leading the transition efforts. There are many in our community who have been active on the question of a just transition over such a long period now, making the case to the Commonwealth and New South Wales governments for attention and for action. And so in that context, the announcement in 2025 that the Commonwealth was allocating $850 million to Kongsberg, a Norwegian weapons manufacturer, to begin making missiles in Williamtown, next to Newcastle's airport, was a surprise. And note the quantum here, it's an order of magnitude greater than that was allocated for energy training transition facilities. Needless to say, there's more to the just transition than one Commonwealth allocation of $60 million for training. And there's more to AUKUS's Pillar 2 than one Commonwealth allocation of $850 million to an international weapons manufacturer establishing a local factory. Nevertheless, the comparison illustrates well the way AUKUS is taking focus from energy transition, the critical challenge facing Australia as a whole, and our region in particular. As well as Commonwealth budget allocations, it's also about Commonwealth government attention. I could also point to the alacrity with which the Kongsberg deal was finalised, and contrast that with the sorry state of offshore wind in the Hunter. Back in 2021, the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act set the stage for the Commonwealth Minister for Climate Change and Energy to declare offshore wind zones. And we have one. There was great interest from offshore wind proponents. Offshore wind is big business overseas. In the years since then, however, the zone was declared, but it was also made smaller. And in the face of insufficient government engagement, proponents have walked away. Note that offshore wind continues to grow internationally, but not here. So here in the Hunter, we are left with offshore wind limping along without any real prospect of contributing to a just energy transition anytime soon. Inaction by the state government has also played an important role, and I'll simply note that achieving a just energy transition will require cooperation across all levels of government. Is that for me, or? It's kind of spectacular. Maybe we'll get that again. So we're going to need that cooperation across all levels of government. As we bring attention to the impact of AUKUS, the AUKUS military partnership on energy transition, other examples appear from further afield also. Just this week it was announced that the Pentagon will lend around $560 million for a mining project in Seston, also in New South Wales, not in the Hunter Valley, further afield. This mine will produce scandium, which is a very rare critical mineral, with uses ranging across both clean energy and weapons applications. And reports indicate that Defence Prime Lockheed Martin has secured the initial rights to buy up to 15 tonnes of scandium oxide from the mine project. So we have a new mine being proposed. It's funded by foreign interests. The output of the mine, a very rare critical mineral, is guaranteed to a foreign weapons manufacturing multinational, and this is at the expense of that supply being available for the clean energy applications that we could make use of domestically. If we lift our gaze even further to look well beyond our region, the overlay of increasing militarisation and climate change necessarily plays out at a global scale also. The uncomfortable truth about increasing militarisation is that the Earth cannot sequester, can't absorb for us all of the greenhouse gas emissions that are inevitable with the preparation for and conduct of modern warfare. Modern high technology warfare is, unsurprisingly, greenhouse gas emissions intensive. None of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's or IPC scenarios allow for the massive releases of greenhouse gas emissions that are an integral part of warfare. To illustrate with a current example, Israel's genocide in Gaza is an unspeakable horror. Without denying the scale of that horror, however, we can also say that in a martial sense, the violence is contained to a very small geographical area of the Earth's surface. Beyond every other reason for avoiding war, the climate implications of wider and greater wars are untenable and must be avoided. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We do value when we do have academic experts and others coming, as well as members of the public, to this inquiry, because it does deepen our knowledge about some of these issues that we are contemplating. I'll now see whether there are any questions from my fellow commissioners, and on that basis, Leanne.
Thank you. Did you send us in a submission?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I haven't read it because I haven't printed it out, so I apologise for that, but I will go back and have a look. I'm trying, just if you could explain a little bit more how you see. So I understood your thinking around where Newcastle is, and more broadly the country, in the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And for this area in particular, were you making the case that the insertion of AUKUS, whether it's a submarine or Pillar 2, is going to fundamentally slow down that transition and send us, not just slow the transition down, but but possibly because of increased militarisation, increase emissions, like take us in the wrong way completely?
Yeah, that's the short version, Leanne.
Yeah, okay, great.
I mean, but just to be clear, the scale of what it is that we're dealing with here is really fundamentally important. We're looking at needing around 12 gigawatts of additional new renewable energy capacity in the next short while. That's 4 times what Araring produces. Araring is the biggest power station in the country. It's just down the road at Lake Macquarie. It's had an extra gasp and an extra lease of life to keep it ticking over for a little period. So it's a giant piece of infrastructure. We need 4 more of them real soon. And those things don't make themselves, right? So we need skilled folks to make them, and we don't have those people. We don't have them already. You know, we've got some money going towards training, so that's really good, but it takes time for people, to be trained. Like, we're really up against it, and that's just energy generation. We also need to be thinking about transmission of energy from solar farms, from whatever it is, to where people are using it. That's more people that we need, and they need to be skilled to be able to do those jobs. So that challenge is massive. And the idea that we've somehow got folks sitting around just looking for a job, right? And the job that we can offer, the best job that we can offer people is making weapons that means other people dying.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's morally reprehensible. But even if it wasn't, we absolutely don't have that capacity. We don't have the people available. And if we do have those people, we need them working on the energy transition. We are so far behind from where we need to be. It's not funny.
All right, thanks, Liam. Yeah. Chris?
I want to thank you, Liam, for putting some real interest into the Pillar 2 issues. And you've raised a flag in my mind that the militarisation of Pillar 2 is of concern, and the priority has been given over and against doing other technology new adventures. Anyway, so I'm reading about Pillar 2 here, and the 6 fields for work. None of them suggest it's exclusively to militarisation, apart from hypersonic and counter-hypersonic missiles. The rest of it's left a bit open, and it's also of interest that Pillar 2's open to New Zealanders and South Korea and other countries' participation. I was surprised to learn today that one of the issues that's built into the system is that all that research is to be made available across the AUKUS partners free of charge, with the liabilities being held by the sponsor country. And that was a bit of a surprise. So that's the first part of, do you have a comment about the other issues there on Pillar 2? And finally, I also did some homework on looking at Pillar 2, and it was lined up with something called the NATO nuclear sharing arrangements. It's really interesting to see how this is going down that kind of tunnel, with the observation Pillar 2 at least is broad in spectrum, whereas the NATO nuclear sharing technologies issue is a highly focused set of issues, because if you're not a nuclear weapons country, you can't know the real secrets. So just value your comments on those two aspects.
Yeah, look, thanks very much for that, Chris. I think what I might do is make some initial comments now, but also take that on notice, and if it's acceptable, make a second, an additional submission on that.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, great. And I'm suggesting that because I've not looked into that in any detail, so I'll need a bit of time on that one. However, I think the overall argument remains. So, to the extent that AUKUS Pillar 2 is allowing for sharing of military or military adjacent high-tech IP or whatever it is that is, to my mind, that is also taking away from our domestic efforts here to push forward in terms of energy transition. And the critical question is, what are the key challenges or threats facing this country? And climate change is absolutely at the top of that list. If we're thinking about connections to other countries, and you mentioned South Korea, and that's an interesting one in terms of the coal dimension as well, that's where the decisions are being made that will lead to winding down here so rapidly, right? It's South Korea, it's Taiwan, it's Japan, and it's China. They're the folks who are buying our coal, and they're the folks who will stop buying our coal. So for us, what we need to be doing is thinking about what the future looks like and how to prepare for that. And absolutely, it is getting with the program on energy transition. It is all hands to the pump. That's what we need.
Thank you very much, Liam. And on that basis, here's Carmen.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Liam. You mentioned an example of a competition for critical minerals between defence and renewable energy sources. In your view, is this part of a broader problem that we're confronting now? That that those two will be in competition to the detriment, probably, of renewable sources.
Yeah. Look, thank you for the question, Carmen. There's at least three dimensions to it. So the materials that we're talking about, in this case, critical minerals, rare earths, and so on. So that's one part of it. The second is the work, so workers, people being trained to do the jobs that need doing. And then the third is the finance. So I'm thinking specifically about government finance, but this is actually a story. Energy transition is a story about bringing in private finance as well. But if we think just about the public finance, I mean, here's an example. We've got our royalties for rejuvenation scheme in this state, and it allocates or provides for $25 million every year to go back to regions where coal mining has been happening and where that's going to be winding up. The Hunter Valley is probably the key area there, but it's only one of four. There's three others as well, the Illawarra, and there's a couple more. So that's $25 million a year. If we think about what transitioning for communities from coal-fired to renewables looks like in other states, in WA for example, the allocation there has been in the order of $660 million, and that was for one town, Collie, just one town. So that's happening at quite a different scale. And then if we think about the allocation that's being made for AUKUS, now we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Imagine if we had that kind of funding available for the energy transition. if we were talking about that number, I'd be happy to share beyond the Hunter Valley and think about the rest of the country as well. Obviously, I'm being a little bit humorous there, or attempting to, but the point is the scale of the challenge that we're facing, that's where we need the hundreds of billions of dollars allocated. So we're talking about access to minerals and other materials. Perhaps we're talking about the ownership and control of those materials as well. We're talking about the workforce that's available and in what direction it's being pointed. And we're also talking about the public financing and other financing, but public financing in particular for those two missions. And the fact of the matter is we have absolutely dropped the ball on energy transition. We're not anywhere where we need to be. And this really presents as a folly in that context.
Thanks for that question and answer. And for those of you that maybe weren't here this morning, but in our other hearings as well, and Liam, you'd be aware of this, we have heard from people who have urged us to consider one of the areas that we're looking at, which is opportunity cost, essentially. And I think one of the figures that was advanced about a nationwide energy transition was roughly in the order of $70 billion. Now, these are back of the envelope figures, but the principles that underlie them are the key part of it. You do decide, and we have to reach findings on how we decide, should Australians want to have a conversation about AUKUS, where this money should be spent, and in what proportion, and on what measures in the national interest. Having said that, thank you very much for your work and for your presentation. Thank you, Liam and Karina. We're going to take a 5-minute break, folks, and then we'll take individuals who will be coming up and most welcome to come and speak to us for 5 minutes, limited with regret, with a 1-minute warning. See you in 5. It's been a terrific day, and all of the submissions and some of those who've already spoken to us, we've greatly appreciated what we've heard, and will inform our thinking as we head both to Wollongong tomorrow. We'll be in Brisbane as well. We've been able to add Brisbane as a hearing location, which is fantastic. So thanks to everybody who may have been on Chuffed and supported us publicly. And of course we'll go to Canberra as well. And then the hard task of writing the readable report in plain English, we're hoping, for everybody will be undertaken, and then we'll have a special release of that well by the end of the year, hopefully by the end of November. Now, I've got a list of speakers here, and as I said before, please come up. It is a 5-minute allocation to give everybody a chance. Please don't feel like you're being interrupted or sped on when I say sorry. Your 5 minutes is up. I'll give you the 1 minute of warning for it, but we really enjoy, appreciate and relish hearing from everybody who wants to have a say. And on my list now, I have Alison Harwood, I have Pat Filmy Sankey, and I have Alison Lucy. So Alison Harwood, Harwood or Hannwood, I think it's Harwood. If you'd like to come up, then we're all ears. Thanks very much, Alison.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to discuss two concerns with AUKUS. The first is the impact on the social fabric of our community, our aspirations for a low-carbon economy where everyone's needs are met, and our right to peace and security. The second concern is the undermining of our democratic rights, public transparency and government process and policies. You'll be aware that the Hunter is a significant region for weapons production and export, and we're increasingly at the forefront of what UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese has called an economy of genocide. This includes the Astra Aerolab weapons precinct at Newcastle Airport. This precinct feeds into the Australian Government's Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Plan, which in turn is a significant part of AUKUS Pillar 2. In our region, politicians are actively promoting the need for increased weapons production as necessary for jobs. This is a well-known tactic, and it's part of the arms dealers and their political enablers playbook, and it's called jobs washing. AUKUS is not a plan for jobs, it is a business plan for weapons companies. Dollar for dollar, we know that we employ far more people in industries like renewables, infrastructure, health and housing, and others have said we desperately need these things in this region, so the opportunity costs are very real for us. We find it obscene that workers in our town are being told that in order to provide for their own families, they need to be involved in the slaughter of other families. The AUKUS apparatus is having a chilling effect on democracy and established policy and processes. Astra Aerolab is a prime example of that. Astra Aerolab is part of the airport business, which is owned by Port Stephens and Newcastle City Councils. It is on council land. Newcastle City Council has an investment and borrowing policy which precludes financial dealings with the arms industry. Yet this is set aside for the Astra Aerolab facility. The Kongsberg Missile Factory was announced by Minister Conroy in August 2024, despite the fact that the development application for that factory was supposed to still be under review by the New South Wales Department of Planning. This development application was put out for public comment with its true nature and the proponent kept hidden from the public. Despite this secrecy, there were 87 objections to that development application, all of which were ignored, as were Hunter Water's requests for further groundwater studies. Now, our objection to the likes of Kongsberg and Lockheed Martin, who are also setting up shop at Astra Aerolab, are of course based on concern for human rights, for human life and international humanitarian law. Explosives disproportionately kill civilians, particularly children. But we also have objected to Astra Aerolab because it is on PFAS contaminated land. It has destroyed offset land and koala habitat, and it is both bushfire and flood prone. It creates very few jobs or economic multipliers, and of course, as part of the military-industrial complex, it hastens climate collapse. It makes us a target. What we're seeing here is the damaging effects of the AUKUS apparatus across various levels of government, where the arms industry is fast-tracked to such an extent that the usual policies, processes and the public interest are ignored. And this brings me to my final point around democracy and civil liberties. The AUKUS command has been established within the Australian Federal Police and is perhaps one of the most chilling indicators of the extent to which AUKUS infiltrates not just our public institutions and our economy, but also into civil society and our lives. We are told to follow the proper process, but when we follow the proper process, we are ignored. And so too now is the process. Yet when we protest, we are met with a disproportionate police response, including violence. We expect that we will eventually be subject to the AUKUS command policing powers. We are told that we need AUKUS to defend our democracy and our freedom, but the threats to our democracy and our freedom are coming from within. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison. And that was succinct, and we heard you very clearly, I can assure you. So thank you for that. Alison and Lucy, if you're in the room, please put up your hand or jump up and come to speak. If Alison Lucy isn't there, I'll ask Annie Rook-Frizzell. If Annie Rook-Frizzell is... Here we come. Thanks, Annie.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this important forum in Mullumbimba, or Newcastle, on the unceded lands of the Awabakal and Worimi people. I'm Annie Rook-Frizzell, a member of the Hunter Valley Religious Society of Friends, or Quakers. Quakers are one of the historic peace churches and have made opposition to war making and promoting peace building as foundational to belief and action. In 1661, to King Charles II, early Quakers declared, "We utterly deny all wars and strife with outward weapons for any end or under any pretense whatsoever. And this is our testimony to the whole world. The Spirit of Christ by which we are guided is not changeable, so as to once command us from a thing as evil, and again to move us unto it. And we do certainly know and so testify to the world that the Spirit of Christ, which leads us into truth and will never move us to fight a war against any man with outward weapons, neither for the kingdom of Christ nor for the kingdom of the world." We are particularly aware that we live in a region that appears to be involved with increasing militarisation, with the Williamtown Air Base just north of here, and the establishment of the Astra Aerolab, which is planned to be largely involved with advanced weaponry and surveillance. And I'm quite aware that this has been covered extensively. Now, another quote from General Dwight Eisenhower, former President of the USA, when he warned in 1961, "In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. And this is what we are seeing with AUKUS, a project that links us to US global military strategy, limiting our sovereignty and reducing our capacity for independent approaches to resolving conflict." Arundhati Roy, well-known Indian author and political activist, wrote, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I will tell you what you value. The billions of dollars spent and that will be spent on Australia's AUKUS misadventure should be going towards what really keeps us flourishing and safe, i.e. to the disadvantaged, Indigenous communities, the homeless, refugees, and towards education, social cohesion and creating a sustainable future. A change in emphasis to building multilateral relationships for non-military initiatives to prevent war will be far more effective at keeping us safe than the acquisition of any military assets ever could. I will finish with a recent quote from the Australian Quaker Maxine Barrie. It just gets worse and worse. Bad enough that we have been hosting Pine Gap for all these years, helping enable the destruction of Gaza and its people through its targeting capabilities and other crimes against humanity, but now Australia will be hosting US weaponry. This is all proceeding while the USA is in the hands of a would-be dictator and his enablers. Hunter Valley Quakers stand with the many Australians who want the AUKUS agreement scrapped. We work and hope for a peaceful world for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie. And some of the Quaker colleagues have had the opportunity to present to us already, and we welcome their contribution. So I'll continue to work my way through the list. I have Rob Hanks. Thanks, Rob. Come on up. And Rob and I know one another vicariously, don't we, Rob?
We've met a couple of times.
We have indeed. We're in your hands, Rob.
They understand nuclear-powered submarines are the single biggest deterrent we can have that can put question marks in particular adversaries' minds. Pat Conroy, Minister for Defence and Industry, at least as quoted in the Australian Financial Review, May 2025. Every time I hear a quote, something like that on the news, I want to cough and throw something at my flat screen TV. To be clear, biggest deterrent is an arguably universal myth. Instead, our strength should come from philosophers like Ivan Illich, who I'd summarise as, if you want to change a society, then you have to tell an alternative story. As a Uniting Church youth worker for over 30 years and now a Uniting Church minister here in Hamilton Uniting Church the last 6 years, the closest Uniting Church to the harbour, I'm one who understands peace as right relationship. It is a call to an entirely different way. In a 5-minuter, I've spared you a whole other paragraph about the itinerant carpenter and teacher from Nazareth who modelled for us vulnerable and servant leadership, which is one of those alternative stories to the warmongering we've been reminded of today. I will take the time to quote songwriter Michael Franti, who reminds us, please tell me the reason behind the colours that you fly. Love just one nation and the whole world we divide. You say you're sorry, say there is no other choice, but God bless the people, them who cannot raise their voice. We can chase down all our enemies, bring them to their knees. We can bomb the world to pieces, but we can't bomb it into peace. In 2021, the Prime Minister Scott Morrison cancelled the French attack class submarine program, then estimated at around $90 billion, handing Australians, frankly, a laundry ticket. Not even a back of the drink coaster calculation of the costs. As I've sat here today with other commentators and the sharing that's happened, I've been reminded that this entire project matches his well-known leadership style. His track record is all over this project. For the total cost of possibly up to 8 submarines over decades of uncertainty, describing AUKUS as a historical trilateral security partnership aimed at ensuring peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. In 2023, the Albanese government long-term estimates were 268 to 368 billion and counting. By 2026, Defence was planning 130 billion for undersea warfare over just the coming decade, including AUKUS submarines and uncrewed systems, beginning with Virginia class and who knows whatever else America has promised. but whose eventual transfer depends on American capacity and decisions. Would you buy a sight unseen used car from AUKUS Motors? The key themes of my objection to this fiction include the doublespeak we heard about earlier today about Aussie jobs, secrecy from national security because of the possibility of leaks, the implications for Newcastle Harbour or the East Coast, and the language around HMAS Sterling. We're told it's not an American base, but US submarines will rotate, US Navy personnel will operate there, and US Submarine Squadron 3 is being re-established there. Somebody else I know once sang, US forces give the nod. It's a setback for your country. And I shouted the next refrain back just as loudly. Lastly, I guess I want to underline my objections to this project with the opportunity cost. In the 1980s, I pretended to study for a Bachelor of Economics. I somehow made it through, as well as cobbling together some formal theological formation. What about the NDI's funding? Not just cuts, but reform, economic development of our near neighbours in the Pacific, and urgently funded energy transition teams with local voices, where in this state, the first version was an 8-tier bureaucracy that could have been an email. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much to Rob Hanks. Thanks, Rob. Good to see you again. I'll now ask Grant Donoghue, if he is in the building, to identify himself and hopefully come forward. If Grant isn't here yet, or if he's gone, I'll work my way through the remainder of the list. Stephen O'Brien. Stephen O'Brien, welcome, and don't forget to speak into the microphone, Stephen, and we're all ears.
Thank you. I would just acknowledge the fact that we're on the traditional lands of the Awabakal and Worimi peoples, and just note the fact that when the British came to these beautiful lands, pristine lands, under the effective stewardship of the Awabakal and Worimi peoples for millennia, what did we do? We established a gulag, part of the military-industrial complex of the British Empire. And I wanted to address you today, and thank you very much. It's been a fascinating day, and I have learned a lot. So if you've achieved nothing else today, you've educated me on what I should have known about AUKUS already. I want to speak as a perspective of a working class person in Newcastle. Yes, I do have a socialist perspective. I also have a strong trade union background. I worked in the steel industry for 11 years, also worked in rail manufacturing. And I left the steel industry to retrain, and I worked in TAFE. What I really want to address today is the whole question of the deindustrialisation of Newcastle. What we have seen, we've seen the loss of the steel industry, rail manufacture, textiles, the landworks, a whole range of industries have gone. But what are they now being replaced with through this creeping, so like industrialisation in a sense, through the introduction of the military-industrial complex under the guise of AUKUS, and now pushing for the installation of a submarine base in Newcastle. And we have heard many brilliant presentations today illustrating how this would be a disaster for Newcastle on so many grounds. And I just wanted to highlight, I guess from a personal perspective, as a retrained worker, the words that Professor Liam said, in terms of we lack the capacity to be doing what we want to do with the way in which our economy should be going, towards peaceful purposes, towards renewable energy, towards manufacturing that has actually an effective multiplier, rather than defence jobs, which are very, very limited in what extra jobs they generate down the track. Bank of Finland, I think, quoted that defence jobs, the multiplier effect is something like 0.2 to 1. The jobs in the public sector, where I spent a lot of time working, in general manufacturing, the multiplier effect is much greater. So AUKUS, a submarine base, would be a disaster for Newcastle on so many different levels. And what I also want to know is, we've also had reference to the opportunity cost, and I want to highlight that. What is the price that we are actually paying for the limited jobs that we're getting now through all of these defence contractors with Aerolab, which have suddenly popped up? And congratulations to this inquiry for actually highlighting and giving the opportunity to people to point out the way in which our economy locally is being restructured, away from what we traditionally have been for peaceful purposes, for rail, for education, for health, for fantastic technical education in TAFE, through manufacturing steel, through making light bulbs, through making clothing, towards something that is geared to destruction and non-peaceful purposes. And I'm really, really, really disappointed, with the exception of the teachers and perhaps the national tertiary education, we don't see workers, we see workers, we don't see trade union representatives here today. To me, I smell something very suspicious. What deals have been done to actually make sure the organised working class does not have a say in this whole question of the war drive? Now, it's supposed to be AUKUS subs, AUKUS, it's supposed to be about defence. It is not about defence. Why would we want to be allied with someone like Donald Trump, who wants to go to war with Denmark? For heaven's sake. What's next? Go to war with New Zealand because they want to take over New Zealand? What comes next? Our real defence is actually based on social cohesion, which is based upon strong community infrastructure, health, education, welfare, the sort of spending that will not happen because we're putting nearly $400 million into subs. It's also based, finishing now, also based on solidarity, and we have fantastic traditions of solidarity in the Hunter, which is based on friendship and respectful relations with our neighbours. That's what we want. We want a strong regional economy based on real jobs, peaceful jobs, rather than an economy based on destructive drive to war. War, what's it good for? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen O'Brien. War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Pat Filmi-Sankey is now in the building. So Pat, would you like to come forward? And we're very happy to hear from you. So your time starts now.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the First Nations people of this unceded land with respect. Also to thank you, the commissioners, for the opportunity to talk to you and raise this important topic. My name is Pat Filmi-Sankey. I'm a private citizen representing no one other than myself and driven by self-interest and fear. I'd like to start out by pointing out that the average depth of the Sahil Shelf, which covers 500,000 square kilometres and stretches from Cape York out past Papua New Guinea, out to Timor-Leste and down to Carnarvon, the bulgy bit in WA, has an average depth of 50 metres. The length of a Block 4 Virginia-class submarine is 114 metres. If you think about that for a moment, you're talking about operating a submarine in water that is half as deep as that submarine is long. Take into account the fact that the fin with the sensor masts on it is 25 metres high. You're dealing with something that is very constrained and very limited. The Sahil Shelf is likely to be our maritime domain battleground, if there is one. And we are buying into a weapon system that is easily detectable. The thing would be visible for an awful lot of the time. The word Sahel comes from the early Dutch meaning sandbank. We know the northwest of Australia is our line of vulnerability. Through the island chains, through Timor-Leste, through Papua New Guinea. That is where, in the terrible event that we fight a war, we will be drawing our front line. And we're talking about a system that is absolutely not designed for that environment. The Virginia class is not a defensive system. It is offensive. It is built for open ocean war, whose main purpose is to secure American hegemony in the Pacific, to maintain the first island chain barrier, and for war with China. This is not a system for the defence of our homeland. Sam Roggeveen and others very powerfully argue for the adoption of the echidna defence posture, similar to Taiwan's porcupine strategy. Such an approach takes advantage of our geography, allows defence autonomy, and frees us from our immature and likely ineffective dependence on and subservience to powerful friends. The Virginia class, and as yet entirely hypothetical AUKUS class, forces us into the diametrically opposed path, strategic path, that is known as forward defence, dependent on much more powerful allies, that thus strips us of our international, political, military independence. It is not in our national interest to voluntarily assume such a subservient, colonised role. None of these considerations touch on the practical and financial impediments which are increasingly turning this whole project into a tragedy of comical errors. Let's remember that defence means just that, defence, not participating in aggressive attack. Let us put our needs ahead of those of the increasingly senescent American forces. We have options. We have always had options. The 12 Barracuda-class submarines were a pretty damn good deal compared to AUKUS, and there are others available to us right now. The Japanese Tagai class, the Korean Dosan class are all extremely competent vehicles. The Virginia class, not only being 114 metres long, requires a staff of 160, weighs 8,000 tonnes. It is a behemoth that will have to work in a corridor. These other submarines are 4,000 tonnes, half the crewing. We are making the wrong decision in order to align ourselves with American interests. Thank you very much for the opportunity
And thank you, Pat, for bringing that very succinct overview of some of the issues around the AUKUS submarine deal. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Now, this has been just a terrific day, and we continue to learn, hear, and reflect on what's brought to us. Can I ask Linda Forbes if she is in the room? And if so, Linda, you're most welcome to mosey on down, and we look forward to hearing from you when you get to the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. So I'll move forward. Is that better? Thank you for this opportunity, and
You need to go even closer. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah. Shout.
And I pay respects to the Awabakal and Worimi people. This land, their land's never been ceded. I just want to talk simply today about why Hunter Peace Group believes that Newcastle will be the chosen nuclear submarine port. We started campaigning against this quite a long time ago. We leaflet regularly with our little story on why we think, because we're trying to educate the people of Newcastle to make them realise that this could be a possibility and probably a probability. So over recent years, we've had the expansion of the RAF base up at Williamtown. We've had the expansion of the commercial airport runway, and we now can fly overseas from Newcastle. But that runway can also accommodate the largest military planes possible. We have got the expansion of the armaments companies around the airport, adjacent to the airport. There's Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and a couple of others. And of course, you've heard a lot about the Astra Aerolab today, which is going to be the missile factory. We've also had the expansion of the militarisation of our education system, which is really very scary, because it goes down into the primary schools as well as the university. And the friendship that the Newcastle University has with the armaments companies is really huge and big. And they work in tandem with our research lab up around where the Astra Aerolab is too. We've also had the huge expansion of defence industries in Newcastle over the last few years, since Minister Conroy has been the Defence Industries Minister. And I think we're up to, almost 130 now. So we are called the Newcastle Defence Industry Hub. The other thing is that we've not getting in the port, appear to be not getting in the port. We were supposed to be getting the container terminal. That seems to have gone off the books. We were supposed to be getting some different movements within the port to make it more viable. The thing they have done is move some of the the potassium type stuff further up the port. We're also getting, and I think in a way it was two things. We don't have the support of the unions in Newcastle at all. Well, I shouldn't say all of them, but major unions. And those unions are the unions that work for the defence industries. Now, I'm not saying that every member of that union doesn't believe in peace, but it seems to us that they are not allowed to participate. And that's pretty horrific to us, because we've always been a town where all the unions have had wonderful peace committees and so on. But the final thing too is that we're the ones that are getting the fast rail from Sydney to Newcastle. And that to me seems really weird. If it's the first fast rail in Australia, why would it come here and not go to Canberra? So these are the issues that we've raised that we make us really feel that we're going to be that, unfortunately, the chosen one. We hope we're not. I hope we're wrong, but I don't think so. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Linda, for letting us know about the work that you're doing and the thinking that is behind your activism.
Yep.
So we've got a couple more speakers, and then we'll be able to bring up this day to a close. Can I see if James Campbell is in the room? Hi, James. Come on down from the very back. And while you're doing that, just a reminder, everybody, that we are publicly funded. So for those of you that have the interest or the means, have a look, jump onto the website or jump onto Chuffed and you'll see us there. We've done incredibly well to be able to expand the work that the Commission has been doing, and we very much value the support that we've been getting from members of the public. James Campbell.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Campbell. Firstly, I would like to recognise that we are meeting in Mullumbimba, the land of the Awabakal people, of which I am but a visitor here today from the unceded lands of the Gurungai, Worimi and Wanarua peoples, where I proudly represent the contemporary communities of Dungalshire as a local councillor. In addition to my position as a councillor, I also speak today as a Labor member, and can I just say what a huge honour it is to sit across from two icons of the Labor movement. But given the reported lack of young voices today, as Young Labor Left New South Wales Environment Officer, I want to focus on the perspectives of young people on the AUKUS Pact. In my Young Labor organising, I facilitated a number of policy forums in the Hunter. In one such forum last year, I had the opportunity to speak with and to grill Minister Honorary about Australia's dependency on the US, the impact of AUKUS on degrading Australian sovereignty, and how our intelligence facilities, particularly Pine Gap, are being used in Israel's genocide in Palestine and the United States bombing of Iran. Minister Honorary could not give a definitive answer on these matters. Most of Young Labor Left and young people broadly are sceptical of the AUKUS alliance, as we see increasing ties with the United States, a nation which young people view more negatively than previous generations, as against the sovereign interests of Australia. Additionally, despite some individualisation and social isolation of younger generations resulting from social media in our modern economy, increasingly we see ourselves as global citizens. And this identity has expectations from our government's domestic policy in providing universal health, education, social services, and to promote a more affordable and livable society, and in international policy where we are interconnected with and empathetic of young people globally and their fights against imperialism and corruption, whether it be in Nepal, Thailand, Hungary, South Korea, and of course China, who make up one of the largest international student populations in Australia. This interconnected solidarity of young people globally can be a means for Australia to far more affordably assert soft power to maintain international peace and cooperation on global issues like climate action, as opposed to increasing militarism that would only lead to young people fighting war against each other on the whim of the Epstein class and geriatric despots. The prioritisation of public funds for supporting the expansion of the US military over social services, education and healthcare presents a huge concern, where we have had some $38 billion taken away from the NDIS in the most recent federal budget, and at the same time we are increasing funding for AUKUS by $53 billion for an ever-generating supply of nuclear submarines. This misguided weighing of priorities also extends to land use, where an eastern coast AUKUS base would undoubtedly take away opportunities of expanding manufacturing and renewable energy industries' capacity in our port cities. On a defence personnel perspective, increasingly young people in the ADF, like my brother, are being advised to train nuclear engineering over developing their mechanical and electrical engineering expertise to strategically develop a workforce that does not currently exist on scale in Australia, specifically to support AUKUS. To me, this presents a more long-term risk of having fewer engineers with the skills and expertise necessary to support our transition to renewables, and therefore present increasing risks from climate change. I also sit as Secretary of Upper Hunter Labor, which I'm also concerned from the conversations here today of potential transport of highly enriched nuclear waste along the New England Highway and through our regional communities if, in the event of an AUKUS base in Newcastle, were to eventuate, and the impact that such transport corridors could have on long-term planning of future industrial and residential developments. Additionally, the delay in action on climate change, not just from an AUKUS base and fewer engineers available domestically, but also from the prioritisation of militarism globally, presents a significant risk of increased greenhouse gas emissions and the increase in severity of storms, droughts, floods and bushfires. This puts an increasing strain on communities and local governments on maintaining our road networks and community infrastructure. A major challenge of rural councils like my own in Ungal Shire, where we are already unable to sustain our 750 kilometre road network with a population of just 10,000. These risks should also be considered in the economic impact of the AUKUS agreement, and these figures publicly made available. Anything less is a shameful act of disrespect against young people and future generations that will bear the brunt of these impacts. In closing, we want a future grounded in sovereignty, local solidarity, and investment into social services that make our communities livable. Not one defined by escalating militarism or the diversion of public funds into projects that undermine our safety, our climate resilience, and future economy. The choices that the Australian Labor government make in this term will shape the world inherited by generations to come, and it's our responsibility to ensure those choices reflect justice, sustainability and peace. Young Australians are watching, we are engaged, and we expect our government to meet this moment with courage and integrity. Thank you.
Thanks very much, James. Thank you. And we wish you well in your ongoing political work. And this brings us to our final contributor for today. If Therese Doyle is in the room. Therese, please come on down, and we look forward to hearing from you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for offering all of us the opportunity to have our say, and congratulations for making this public inquiry such an opportunity for some democratic input into what our political reality has become. Anyway, I'll carry that on later, but thanks. I'm Therese Doyle. I wish to acknowledge that we are meeting in Mullumbimba on the land of the Worimi and Awabakal people who have never ceded or ceded their rights or sovereignty over this land. I'm here because I'm here speaking because I just want to add a few thoughts. I haven't got anything prepared, so I just put my name down when I came in. So here I go. I had the privilege last year of attending the March for Humanity, at which 250,000 at the very least people crossed the Harbour Bridge in opposition to the slaughter that is happening in Gaza, and in opposition to our government's complicity in that slaughter via our collaboration with the United States and Israel, our sale of weapons to Israel. My background, I've been an educator for most of my life. I was a science teacher. I was also a professional learning teacher. I was involved in developing programs for people who were likely to drop out of school, and involved in programs to get people more engaged in science. One of the thing that I would really like to say, that what we have seen over the course of my career, and I have been retired for 10 years, is a serious diminution of the public quality, the public achievement of our education system, and I think all of our public services, at the expense of private wealth and at the expense and in favour of a further militarisation and a skewing the actual mathematics of which have been explained very well by everybody else. But my concern has been, my concern focuses in this on what's happened to the kind of society that I saw in the 1970s when we had the Whitlam Labor government, where we pulled out of Vietnam, our commitment to Vietnam, where we challenged what ASIO was doing. Lionel Murphy also set up, the Family Law Court and challenged Pine Gap. Where has that championing of the social good gone in that time? Because what we've seen since then, and at that time, there was more and more money put into education. Back in my academic studies, in the late 1990s, Australia, in what's called PISA tests, because I'm a high school science teacher, PISA tests, Australia, New Zealand and Canada were near the top of achievements in mathematics, science and language, in English. Our position, so we were number 8, New Zealand was number 7 and Canada was number 9 at the time in general education achievement for 15-year-olds. And now we are number 22. And the difference is in the area of equity. In that time, huge amounts of public money have gone to private schools. Our public schools are suffering. And it's a repositioning of our priorities represented by AUKUS. The other thing I wanted to bring up was the lack of accountability around AUKUS. Last year, I stood against Pat Conroy in the federal elections on behalf of the Greens, and there was much talk from Pat about a future made in Australia. Most of that concentrated on what was going to be available for in the military area. He talked a little bit about renewables, but various speakers in the past have made it clear that that is not a big priority. We've, how long, as Liam pointed out, we do not have we don't have the money that was promised to us for the transition to wind farms. So I guess my major point is where is the equity, where we have become a society that is increasingly unequal. Our young people are, in general, but particularly disadvantaged kids, and in particular Aboriginal kids, Indigenous kids, we're getting further behind, and and our future is starting to look grim. But I'm very, very heartened by all the people who are here, and by the fact that you are conducting this public inquiry. So thank you very much, and I intend to make a much more coherent submission.
Thank you very much, Therese. We appreciate you coming and speaking off the cuff. So thanks very much, everybody. That concludes the hearing in Newcastle. A special thanks to the Secretariat staff that have been assisting us, Kaylee and Matilda, and Phil and Doug. And to all of you who've come along, please pass the message on to your friends and neighbours about what you've heard today, their opportunity to participate by having a look at the website. And we will continue to go out and connect with Australians everywhere in the national interest as we do our work, and we wish you well for the rest of the day. See ya.